There we go. If you don't want to be on screen, that's fine. Just turn your camera off. That's great. Any questions for the group, for any of our speakers? Can you put it in chat? And if you wish, also introduce yourselves in chat. Right. Next slide, please, Angela. So I'm Sammy. I am the autistic project worker on the Your Voice network, which we will introduce a little bit in a moment. And my colleague Debbie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, I was just looking at those pictures and we've both had our haircuts since then. So I'm the one on the left. I'm Debbie. I am the Research Health and Wellbeing Manager for Inclusion Gloucestershire, and as part of that, I manage the Your Voice team. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for coming today. We had a lot of people sign up, which is really fantastic, and the vast majority of people who signed up are autistic people, which is fantastic. That's exactly what we wanted this to be. A day that is for autistic people and run by autistic people. And with that in mind, I wanted to just, I don't want to have rules for the day, but what I thought would be nice is for people to keep in their head the words kindness and community as we go through the day, because this is a day about building community, finding out about networks, and we want it to be a safe and inclusive space for everyone. So thank you for coming, and I hope you enjoy the day.
And I can see there's a few questions in chat about the video being shared. Yes, it will be shared later on the Your Voice website, which we will give you all links to at the end of the day, along with the slides and things from today. Next slide, please, Angela. Angela is from the NHS, who are helping us, supporting us today with the technical side. So you may hear us say that a couple of times, and she will be helping with the feedback session later on. So this is the agenda for the day, which I'm hoping you've all got. We've tried to have some breaks, and hopefully it's not too heavy going. There's going to be a few videos of more joyful side of being autistic as well. Yeah. So next slide, please. So what is Your Voice? So the Your Voice network is commissioned by NHS England to build a stronger voice for people with learning disability and neurodivergent people. We've built a network in the Southwest. Next slide, please. It's run by Inclusion Gloucestershire. So who are you, Inclusion Gloucestershire? We are a all-age, all-disability user-led organisation in Gloucestershire. And we aim to break down those barriers for disabled people. Your Voice, however, covers the whole of the Southwest, from Cheltenham and Tewkesbury right down to the very tip of Cornwall, and Dorset, and over across to Wiltshire as well. So yeah, we take it's a big diverse area. And I'm aware that there are some people from out of area. You are welcome. But we will be focusing more on what's available in the Southwest, but you may get some ideas and some things for your own areas, of course. So next slide, please. So this is who's in the Your Voice network. Now this is a specific map for, we have, as I'll explain in a minute, 2 different groups that meet monthly. This is particularly for the neurodivergent group. We have 4 organisations that are groups that are representative at our meetings, but the little faces are self-advocates who are not necessarily attached to organised groups. There are in because they find that self-advocacy is new for the autistic community, which we will be speaking about later on, but also we because of the online nature of Your Voice, autistic people find it easier to engage online and without a group setting. If there are anybody from some of those areas where there isn't a group or a face, then please do let us know about groups or self-advocates that we could engage with. That would be wonderful, because we're always looking to grow our network. If there's anybody down in Dorset or in Cornwall and Devon, that would be really nice to hear from you, or anywhere. Next slide, please. So what we do, we have 2 different networks that meet once a month. They're very different networks. We have the Learning Disability Network, but more importantly for this group, the Neurodiverse Network, which is generally autistic and neurodiverse people who don't have a learning disability. We meet on a Thursday evening, the first day of every month. And we have some quite robust discussions. We also then have a social coffee morning, the last once a month too. Next slide, please, Angela. So, why is Neurodiverse Network? We decided to separate the groups because the autistic and neurodiverse people who don't have a learning disability often don't have their voices heard. And they have different needs for people with a learning disability. And therefore, because of that, it's very difficult to get support because it's not designed around our needs. Our group that meets on a Thursday evening is a safe and supportive space. We've had a lot of feedback about that. There are some members of the group here, and we'll be hearing more from some of them later on. Next slide, please. So why is our self-advocacy network important? Because self-advocacy is new to the autistic community, and so many people fall through the gaps, and therefore they don't get the support. The services really aren't designed around our needs. And many people are diagnosed in adulthood to have no interaction with services before their diagnosis. Female neurodiversity is very much overlooked. Even still, I know that we will be speaking about it much later. One of our groups is especially designed, a group of female autistic women who have come together, and they'll be talking later. Many people get wrong diagnoses of depression, anxiety, personality disorders before autism. The suicide rates in autistic people are especially high, and that means that our voice does need to be heard and those changes made, and that's what our aim is. Next slide, please. So, if you, Angela, this is the one with the animations, yes, please. So here are some things that some of our people in our autistic group and our neurodiverse group said. It's good to hear how different things are handled and an opportunity to share those improvements that benefit everybody. The network is good so that you have the right support and organisations to fight our corner. Next. And it gives people a sense of belonging. Being part of the autistic community is something that makes people feel really important. And a lot of people just said that our meeting was something that they look forward to. Next question, next slide, please. So, moving on to the next bit of the agenda, we just wanted to dispel some of the myths that you might hear about autism. And me and a couple of people from the network have got a few things that tell us a bit about how true and untrue some of these myths are. So one, that everybody's a little bit autistic, aren't they? I'm sure everybody's heard that. And the experts, the medical professionals and diagnosis criteria are fixed. There are plenty, and there is plenty of help for autistic people. That you might find is not true, and you might find that all people on the autistic spectrum are either have exceptional abilities, or everybody has a learning disability. Again, I think there's a range of people. Autistic people don't have empathy, and only boys and men are affected by autism. So next slide, please. So the first myth, everybody's a little bit autistic. Well, quite simply, the truth is no. While everybody may have quirks and foibles, that just simply isn't enough to be identified as autistic. Autism is a lifelong neurodevelopmental condition that creates very real barriers. Saying that everybody's a little bit autistic is minimalising to those who face very real barriers and positives about being autistic. It's really hard to hear everybody say, "Oh, everybody's a bit autistic," and you don't really understand how difficult or different our lives are. Next slide, please. So it comes from the belief that the autistic spectrum is linear. And at one end, so there's people who are a little bit autistic, and the other, there's more traditional autism. However, being autistic is more like a colour wheel, as you can see on the right there. It's built up of different facets, and everybody's skills and facets will be different, making up a spiky profile, as it's called. I know that's going to be mentioned again later. And also those skills and facets can fluctuate depending on the day, the situation, and the emotional and environmental inputs into the situation. Next slide, please. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague, to one of our group, Heidi, who's going to handle whether or not the people who are the experts are the medical professionals or people with lived experience. Next slide, and Heidi, good morning.
Good morning. Hello, everybody. I'm Heidi. I just want to say that what I'm talking about is my best understanding so far. So I'm sure if people's experience varies, that is completely valid. I just want to say that, even if I'm stating it as though I feel it very strongly. So hello, everybody. Autistic people, let's just be real here. If you haven't walked the path of whatever the particular life experience is, say you haven't grieved someone very close to you who's died, you don't know what it's like. So autistic people are the experts about what it's like to be autistic. But of course, in trying to make ourselves understood, and because quite a lot of us have a history of being misunderstood badly, our social anxiety and that history can often inhibit our ability to effectively self-advocate in order to be heard and understood, and to stay calm in the process. Assessment processes vary widely. As you can tell, I'm not from this country, although having been born in the United States, I've been here more than half my life now. So I'm familiar and have contacts in both countries around autism and autistic diagnostic interpretation. And the criteria are applied very differently by different professionals, and their interpretation is also influenced by cultural factors that sometimes, often I would say, emphasize medicalized models or deficit models. For anybody who's not quite familiar with that terminology, let me just fill that out a little bit. A medicalized model is a little bit like, I have a cut on my finger, what do we do to heal it? But if you come as an autistic person and show up to your GP, I'm autistic, and their mentality is, how do we fix that? It's not appropriate for a number of reasons, and I can spell that out more in the chat if anybody wants me to. A deficit model is, and I'll come on to this a little bit more in a minute, based on what a person can't do, that a lack of ability to do something is seen as a defining characteristic, rather than the things that they can do or the super connections that their brain makes. And I'll come on to that again in a little bit. So deficit models and medicalized models can make the interpretation of the criteria very different to the way it could be interpreted by other, and is interpreted by other clinicians. More and more people of all ages and genders are getting diagnosed, but late presenting non-male and non-white people face more barriers to diagnosis than young white males. And if you have any dispute with that, please do some research and come back and tell me what you found. Next slide, please. About the diagnostic criteria, they are human creations. They are trying to describe a biological reality of what goes on in our brains. So often the wiring in our brains might be described as having lots more connections than, say, a neurotypical person. This is a biological, something biological is going on in our brains, which is slightly different to what is kind of the mass norm, the majority norm. and the diagnostic criteria are trying to describe that biologic stuff. But they're doing it in a quite clunky way, describing some behaviors, describing deficits based on a perceived norm. So I'm trying very hard, although I'm failing, to banish the word normal from my vocabulary, because there just isn't any such thing. Diagnostic criteria, do they really describe the behaviors of a person with a brain that works unusually? I would say probably not. Let's just look at two of the diagnostic criteria in the DSM-5 for autism. One is around social communication. All of the descriptors there are deficit-based. They're describing this person cannot do this, cannot do that, as opposed to what kind of social communication works really well for us, so how it's different to the norm. I would really like to see some criteria that describe that much better, because we know that when autistic people are in a space full of other autistic people, their social communication is really honestly quite good. It's the difference between the communities that makes it hard, a bit like people talking different languages. The behavior differences criteria category in the DSM-5 can also be interpreted as trauma responses, that it's describing behaviors that are the result of trauma, often social trauma. I can go into more detail on that too, but we don't really have time. So I'm going to have to press on to the next slide. But the address at the bottom of this one has, if you just go back, is from Embrace Autism, has a pretty detailed examination of the DSM-5. Right, next slide. There's plenty of help for autistic people. I've put a laughing emoji on this slide because I think we all know that this isn't true. Even when people are diagnosed, they fall through the gap, or we fall through the gap. On the one side, we have GP, general public medical services, which are designed for the mass population, and are more there to signpost to referral pathways, many of which for us don't work terribly well because our symptoms and long-term conditions can be complex. On the other side, if you deteriorate sufficiently and don't have what you need around you in order to succeed, your mental health may deteriorate to the point where you require hospitalization for a much more grandiose, I guess, mental health condition. There is a gap between those two places, especially in mental health, but I think it exists in other quadrants as well. And we are a community that fall through the gap almost by definition, in my view. What I think is more important than diagnosis is functional help for what makes life actually work on a daily basis. So that's why I've put this in bold: functional support for daily living, for example, occupational therapy. It can be very hard to access. I've been banging on about trying to get occupational therapy for mental health for myself for years now. And I still haven't succeeded because there isn't a door behind which there is that service for me. If you're hospitalized, you can receive some occupational therapy for mental health, or if you have a brain injury. But it's ironic that many of the executive function problems that many autistic people experience are very similar to the executive function problems that a person with a brain injury experiences. But our need is not seen. And so therefore, it's very difficult for us to access those things, certainly from the NHS. Of course, there are private providers. Oh, is there somebody? No, okay. So the access to that kind of support can be very limited. It's often changing, it's often underfunded, especially if it's through social care. And just even accessing it in the first place can be nearly impossible depending on your circumstances. If you're undiagnosed, which I am one, I feel that I've been denied an appropriate assessment because I had an assessment and it was inappropriate. Your needs can feel very invisible. Fortunately, I hate to kind of sing the praises of the PIP system because I think it's fraught with absolute major problems. However, the PIP doesn't require a diagnosis. What it does require is a lot of proof of functional daily life struggle. And so anyone needs really expert advice on how to apply for PIP or the DWP health assessments and universal credit and those other benefits. You need extra support in order to navigate those, because it is possible to get that support through those channels, but only if you kind of know the code and how to write those applications successfully. And a lot of us struggle to get that support for a variety of reasons, and so therefore don't get the support that we really should have. Also, when you've finally come to understand yourself as autistic, some of us might have been diagnosed in childhood, but many of us are identifying ourselves in older adult time. Stress and life changes while you're adjusting to that new identity can lead to even more layered and misinterpreted health symptoms, health conditions. This can mean that when you're trying to engage with medical services, you end up being labeled as a troublemaker or as too complex, or if you're offered treatment that you feel is inappropriate and you explain why it's inappropriate, it may be that you're not listened to or believed, and then you're told that you are getting, no more help because you didn't engage in what was offered. Let's just remember, but what was offered wasn't going to be helpful. Like if you turned it down because it wasn't appropriate or difficult or was the 15th round of CBT, which is not going to help, then you shouldn't be turned down for help that's appropriate. The problem is the appropriate help is just very hard to come by. Next slide. What does help? Okay, let's look at what does help. Now, this slide is problematic from a number of reasons, because actually many of these can be triggery for us and hard to action, and we usually need help from other people to get them done. But maybe there's one or two in there that you feel, oh, I do have a little bit of resource here for that, or I do have this in place. This is just a kind of brainstorming list of what can help, and the more of these kinds of things you can line up, the more the kind of support underneath you will feel like it's kind of in place. So I really feel passionate that having a named GP that you can build a relationship with is absolutely essential. That doesn't mean they're going to understand everything that you tell them. That doesn't mean they're going to be able to even help with most of it. But at least if you have someone you can talk to about your health needs, and they're going to listen to you and do what they can, that is a much better scenario than feeling that just entering GP services is even possible, because it's hard to get to see one, and also that being kind of pushed from pillar to post to different people doesn't work for us. It just leads to lots and lots and lots and lots of layers of misunderstanding, and we then feel disenfranchised from even engaging with medical services, which is a known fact, that we are disenfranchised as a group generally. However, it is possible, not necessarily in every single surgery or whatever, but you can try a new person, ask the receptionist to book you with the person who seems to their knowledge to be the most sympathetic. Find someone who will be able to listen to you and will take that extra time. Of course, they are pushed for time. It's a problematic area all the way around. But if you can possibly get someone to work with you on that basis, it will really help. GP surgeries also have social prescribers now. They have more time and they're able to listen more, and they are looking for more practical solutions to increase health and well-being. You got to try them out and see how they are. That's the only way to know if they're going to work for you. Some GP surgeries, I'm hoping it's most by now, but I don't really know for sure. Some mental health, some GP surgeries have mental health nurses now. Ask your surgery if they have a mental health nurse, especially, well, obviously if you have any mental health concerns, and please try to talk to that person. That can be a way in to better mental health services, because the gap I was describing, that mental health nurse is the one person who sits between the gap a little bit. to understand that. Yeah, apologies if I'm talking fast. I can see some of the chat going past. Also, having support from housing association support workers is a real benefit. It's taken me, I'm going to jump to my last point, which is persistence. I've tried about, well, several times. It took me about 5 attempts to convince my housing association that I needed support, and they finally sent someone out to me to meet me, and then they realized, oh, you really do need support. Okay, now we can probably start this relationship properly. So persistence does pay off. Also, citizens advice and disability rights charities can help with benefits and disability payment applications. A counselor or therapist, if you have anybody like that. And of course, friends or family members who you feel you can trust and can help you, but you've kind of got to decide who can help you with what, which can also be tricky. The government has some funded support schemes. There are work coaches and projects set up to support people into work. Quite often, well, I've been seeing people like that for a couple of years. Unfortunately, the projects are very short term. Their funding runs out. It's not ideal for people like us who need consistency and one person to talk to, but it is someone. I have not been looking for work during that entire time. So you can use those services for journeying toward better situation for your overall picture and well-being, so that maybe in the future you might be able to do some sort of work. They're there to help you on that pathway. Also, having your records and your evidence really robustly mapped out will help massively with everything. That paper trail is not easy to make, but the more you can have evidence for what is really going on with you, the better all that stuff will be. And you can create some of that evidence for yourself, or get help to create it. Peer support, wherever you can find it, in person, online, in condition-specific groups. I know we have representatives from a couple of those type groups here today, like Autistic in Bristol, which specializes in helping females. Ideally, a facilitated group, as that seems to work best. And I've already covered about persistence. So next slide is not for me. I'm handing over. So I'll be back in a little while with another one.
So, Mark, I shall hand over to you.
Okay. Good morning. I could probably talk about this all day, so I try to keep it reasonably brief. Yeah, I mean, basically the idea that autistic people are either hyper intelligent or have learning difficulty is an example of logical fallacy, known as a false dichotomy, also called black and white thinking, which is quite ironically a common stereotype of how us autistic people are seen to think. I mean, a more accurate way of looking at it is when you've met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person. Autism comes under what's known as neurodiversity, which is literally brains are wired up differently, which means that autistic people are more diverse as demographic compared with non-autistic people. Okay, and next slide, please. Okay, a part of autism that we've already heard mentioned is called the spiky profile, which a good way of looking at it is that autistic people have different levels of abilities when it comes to doing different things. This is highly individual and may vary over various things, like as they go from, say, being a child to an adult and such like. And this means that even if somebody is good at doing IQ tests, but kind of be the definition of hyper intelligent, it has no meaning beyond that. And coming back to the last bit, there's a very common conflation of autism and learning disability, especially including within both the NHS and within social care, when it's actually run by local authorities. While there's some overlap here in that there are some people who are both, it's only a minority of autistic people who also have a learning disability, and also only a minority of learning disabled people who are also autistic. And one of the things that certainly I encounter personally is that services provided by local government are tailored towards learning disability, and they're of no use to people like myself, who are actually the majority of autistic people in my local area. That's all.
Next slide, please. So it's back to you, Heidi. So we're going to tackle empathy and emotion now. This is one of the most common and harmful misconceptions about autistic people.
Absolutely. And I'm still getting my head around it and trying to take the cultural garbage out of my head about it. So next slide, please. Every human being has their unique emotional range, and autistic people are no different. I think that this myth confuses what people expect as observable, normalized emotional expression, and with their expectations around the emotional processing and regulation that's gone on behind that. I think what people expect to see doesn't match what they do see, and they interpret it as people lack emotion and empathy. It's just silly to think that autistic people don't have emotion or empathy. What can happen though, in being experiencing social anxiety or being measured by social norms, is that sends our nervous system into a kind of fight or flight place. So our emotions can get pushed into the extreme zones of being frozen and dissociated, or having uncontrolled outbursts and meltdowns. That explains to me a lot better what's going on with the emotion. It's very much there. It's just being pushed into extreme areas. Next slide, please. So let's talk about a few autistic norms around emotion. And again, my caveat, if you disagree with anything, you are very free to. We have a lot of learned behavior often to hide or cover or mask our emotion, because we've been taught that it's socially different, and so therefore we don't feel secure in showing it. It doesn't feel safe. We can often feel overwhelmed at the strength of an emotion because it can feel very strong, and we can feel many things at once, which can be very hard to tease apart. Because if somebody asks, well, what are you feeling? Like, where do you start? I can be feeling 7 things at once and find it very hard to figure out how to answer that question. And that leads to the next one, which is a sense of not being able to verbalize feelings. Sometimes because understanding distinct emotions is very hard. And that is an actual condition about not being able to label emotions properly, which I can't remember. If somebody has the word for that, please put it in the chat, because there is a word for that. Finding the words to try to describe the complexity of feelings going on can be almost impossible, especially when verbal processing is part of the difficulty of how your particular version of autism is expressing itself. Then we can have fear and anxiety over the top, as from being measured by normalized social norms, which means that the emotions are getting layered on top of each other. You first got the first layer of all the kind of emotions that are actually happening. Then you've got this fear and anxiety on top of that as well. And then probably something else has happened in the meantime, which is going to add new feelings. And just the feelings are just absolutely layering on top of each other at a pace that we can't keep up with. Well, no human would be able to keep up with, frankly. This leads our nervous systems to being on alert all the time. If you've done any study in the new stuff coming out now about vagus nerves and all the things about kind of nervous system regulation, which I think is really appropriate for our community. We've got a red zone where our nervous system is on fight or flight, or we've got a cold zone, cool blue zone, where we're at rest, we're in recovery, or in some cases frozen, dissociated. And the middle zone, in the green zone, that's where the healthy emotional processing happens, when we're calm, grounded, feeling safe. For many of us, it's so rare for us to experience feeling like we're in the green zone, that we don't have the bandwidth to do healthy emotional processing for the average amount of emotions that a human being would be having. Instead, we've got maybe more happening at once and in layers that we can't quite pick apart. So it doesn't it just goes without saying that we just don't have the bandwidth for healthy emotional processing, although we can learn more skills in that area with support. Our parenting strategies, our parents grew up in a particular cultural norm space, and their parenting strategies, which they will have kind of imprinted from their childhood, are culturally influenced. So any soothing strategies that they try with us as their autistic children may or may not work, because what works for most children may not work effectively for an autistic child. And this then means that our sense of soothing or feeling safe in our childhood can be quite messed up, leading to adulthood of not feeling safe most of the time. So this obviously leads to some underdeveloped skills in the emotional processing area, and can then lead to a buildup of unprocessed emotion, which then leads very firmly, if anybody's read The Body Keeps the Score and other books similar, that the body stores up this trapped emotion and it expresses itself down the line, and can lead to difficulties in health, dietary intolerances, long-term conditions, comorbidities, complex trauma. I know someone in the chat has mentioned, as well as a lot of physical, much more physical things like fibromyalgia, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. Yes, absolutely, genetic link. I've just seen in the chat. Some things about empathy. Empathy is complex. I looked for a while to find what I felt was a really strong breakdown of empathy, and this is the one that I found the most helpful. And the website is there at the bottom. 6 types of empathy described here. I think we're probably running short on time, so grab your phone and take a photo of this slide is my advice, because it's silly to think that we have no empathy. I think all human beings probably have some capacity to express some of these kinds of empathy, but it's very possible that as autistic people, some of our empathy skills get masked or hidden or are underdeveloped for various reasons. So some of these may come out more, like the affective mirroring other people's emotions. That's a really classic masking expression, where our cognitive empathy of understanding other people's perspectives in a given situation may be very cloudy and difficult, and that is one of the markers in the kind of deficit of the descriptors in the diagnostic criteria, for understandable reasons. But it doesn't mean that we never have cognitive empathy. We absolutely can have cognitive empathy, and it may from one time to another be right on the money or a bit off the mark, just like every other human being. So autistic people of course have blind spots in their empathetic capabilities. So do other people. It may be our blind spots come out looking a bit different, but of course really you have to measure this person by person. Comparing us to the mass majority of population, yes, double empathy problem. Anybody who doesn't know what that is, look that up. No two brains are wired the same. That's just how it is across the whole of humanity. So yeah, we should never be lumped into this category of don't experience empathy, because it's just not true. Next slide, please. This is my last one. When we are well supported and we've built up our toolkit, we are able to express and process emotion in healthy ways. Doesn't mean 100% of the time, but then no human does that 100% of the time. Also, the what it takes for us to be well supported and to have built up our toolkit is rarely available to us. So it's unsurprising that we don't manage this a good deal of the time, but I would reckon a lot of us are working on it in the background somehow with very limited support and difficulty. But that doesn't take away the fact that we have the capacity in the right circumstances to do it. End of TED Talk. Thanks for coming. Sorry, I do go on a bit.
Thank you, Heidi. That's wonderful. Next slide, please. So I'm only very briefly just going to mention this because it will be talked about later on by autism, as has been mentioned a few times, that there is a belief that only boys and men are affected by autism. It's simply not true. And girls and women are being diagnosed and do have autism. Many self-identify because, as Heidi mentioned earlier, the diagnostic system is not quite appropriate. Next slide, please. Yep, it's break time.
I suggest we have just a short break because we have gone a
yes,
little bit over,
yep.
but very
Shall
needed
we-
because that was fantastic.
Shall we say 3 minutes, for a couple of minutes until 25 past?
Sounds good.
Just a comfort break, have time to make a cup of tea or get some biscuits or something. Yeah, yeah, so we'll say 26 past. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, if anyone needs a little bit longer, then that's fine.
Thank you, Heidi. Yes, you deserve your biscuits. If we say 1 more minute, that will, yeah, I will get back to group. Okay then, if everybody is ready for us, next slide, please, Angela. Welcome back, everybody. So, one of the things that we know that autistic people struggle with is accessing social care. So I'm going to introduce to you Jackie Martel, who's gonna talk about people's legal rights to accessing social care. and what the organisation Access Social Care do. Jackie, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sammy. I'm going to get distracted by messages about biscuits, so it make me feel very hungry. Thank you for asking us to come and talk today. I'm really passionate about this area, not just because I work for Access Social Care, but because I'm from a very neurodiverse family. I have two of my 3 children. My boys are autistic. My eldest is 25 and he's autistic, but also has a very profound learning disability. And my youngest is 20. He's autistic and he's at Cardiff University studying physics. And I've learned so much about myself through them, and recognise that my mum and my sister and my brother, unlikely to me, would have been diagnosed. Certainly my mum is dyspraxic and likely to be autistic. So it's been a fascinating journey. I was also on the group along with Sammy developing the Gloucestershire pilot for the Oliver McGowan training. So really pleased to see so many people who are becoming co-trainers as that gets rolled out. As Sammy said, social care is an area that autistic people, I think, are disadvantaged in the system. So I'm going to talk through, if you go on to the next slide, I'm going to talk through what is social care, what the system should be for accessing social care, and then I'm going to talk a bit about Access Social Care, us as an organisation, as a charity, and our chatbot, and an offer of help. So I'm sure, next slide please, I'm sure many of you will have images of old people in care homes or people in wheelchairs being pushed to the shops when you think about social care. But the Care Act that came out in 2014 is so much more than that. It was a very empowering piece of law, which said that life should be about your well-being, and that people should have a right to a rich and fulfilling life, not just being fed, watered, kept safe. But cuts in public funding over the last 10 years have meant that increasingly social care feels like it's about people who can't feed or dress themselves. But the law says differently, and I'm hoping to inform you about what your rights are, and what your rights are to have a really appropriate assessment. Next slide please. I'm going to skip this video, and if we go to the next slide. The key parts of an assessment and decision about whether you're entitled to social care funded by the local authority is 4 stages. So assessment, eligibility, can you have funded care or not, charging, and care and support planning. So we're going to run through those, and at each point going to talk about obviously what we've learned in our work where autistic people might be disadvantaged. So if you go on to the next slide. Stage 1 is about the local authorities, and this is all local authorities. I'm based up in Gloucestershire, but this is the national situation. Local authorities call things different things and have different team names and those sorts of things, but the law applies to everyone equally. So they have a duty, and a duty is the highest insistence in law. They either have a duty or a power. A power means that they can do something. A duty means they must do it. And they must offer an assessment to any adult with what's called the appearance of need for care and support. And that's regardless of funds, and that's regardless of a diagnosis. I'm going to use some of the legal words in this presentation, hopefully always explain them, just so that, because the local authorities will use these back to you. So appearance of need is what is in the Act, and that means just anybody who looks like they're struggling to have a fulfilled life, for whatever reason. So it's a very low bar. But I know in Gloucestershire, some people have been told you can make a sandwich and brush your teeth, so you're not entitled to an assessment even, and that is not true. The reason, regardless of funds, if somebody has over £23,000 in savings, for example, you will not get funded social care from the state, but you're still entitled to that assessment because it could be a useful exercise and tool in itself. A social worker sitting and talking with you about what you want to achieve in life, where the barriers are, what your needs are, those sorts of things, and looking at what might help you. I think Heidi mentioned the OT assessment and things. You know, those sorts of assessments sometimes can be helpful to look for solutions to something, even if you don't need somebody to pay for them ultimately. So it helps the person, can help the person understand their needs and what support's available. And it should take place in a reasonable time. There isn't any timeframes in the Care Act. It says reasonable time. If it's a really urgent safeguarding situation, somebody is really unsafe, that could be a reasonable time, might only be 2 or 3 days. We know, though, that where people have said they've been told they've got to wait for 9 months, 12 months for an assessment, or there's no social worker within the mental health team at the moment, all of those sorts of things. We know that the courts and the ombudsman, if complaints go there, will say that 6 weeks, 12 weeks is, anything more than that is not reasonable to be waiting. So do challenge if people are being told, you've got to wait for longer. Next slide, please. So the assessment, again, just to dispel some myths about that, an assessment is somebody coming out. They may not be a social worker. They may be a social care assessor, and talking to you and asking you questions. They may start by saying what's important to you, and that sort of thing. But they should be focusing on the positives and what you want to achieve. But they should be asking you what your needs are. And I know that sounds like you're tipping into a deficit model, but what do you need in order to achieve a good life? And what support do you need? And hopefully this presentation will help you see the breadth of things that they should be asking you about. So next slide. The assessments must be person-centered. They must be all about you. They shouldn't be saying autistic people go and use this service, or autistic people can do this or that, or can't do this. It has to be about you. It should be focusing on prevention, stopping needs increasing or reducing needs. And it should take account of fluctuating or changing needs. And I know this is a really important one. I know my son can do various things completely independently at times. If he's very stressed or other stuff's going on in his life, he can't achieve the same level of independence. And it's really important to flag up that they need to consider those fluctuating needs. They can't say, oh, over half the time you can manage, so therefore we won't consider it. It must be carried out by a properly qualified assessor. So they might not be a social worker, they might be trained to assess, but they have to be able to show that they have knowledge and experience in autism if they're doing your assessment. The Autism Act also reinforces this, but in the Care Act it states that. So if somebody has dementia, the person should have an understanding of dementia. If they have a brain injury, I know there's another area which is great difficulty in getting somebody who's got the understanding of brain injury. It must be a qualified assessor. There are specific assessments, specialist assessments needed for somebody who has a dual sensory impairment. And I see you just put about the Equality Act. Yes, the Equality Act covers this as well. A dual sensory impairment, you don't have to be deaf and blind. If you have hearing impairment and sight impairment, then they should be doing very specialist assessments for you. It should be accessible. Again, the Equalities Act, reasonable adjustments. If you say you want to do it on video call, if you want to do it in the evening, if what will help this help you access this assessment. And it must be carer blind. That's the term again from the Act. It must look at you as if you have no support around you. Many people living at home with families, they will not, they will just, the assessment will be full of their mum does this or those sorts of things. It must look at you as if you are in a home on your own. What are the issues for you to live that life that you want to live? And you must be given a copy of this, usually within 10 days. But I know that's very unlikely within the 10 days in my experience, but do push for a copy of an assessment because it's really important if you want to challenge that in the future. Next slide. Eligibility. Essentially, the assessment will look at everybody's needs, and we'll keep talking about needs versus wants through the next couple of slides, but eligible needs is a term. So that's those needs that the local authority must meet in law. And they are about what's called specified outcomes, and I'll list those in a second. And the local authority is not like health. If health can have a waiting list of 18 months to have an autism assessment, they can say we don't do hip replacements here, all those sorts of things. But the local authority, if they do an assessment and they identify something and call it an eligible need, unmet need, then the local authority must meet it. They cannot say they don't have any money. They cannot say we don't have a budget for that. All of those sorts of things. They can't say there's a waiting list for that service if it's assessed through your Care Act needs assessment. But it does come down to needs versus wants, and it's very important sometimes to explain where something is important for you and there's an impact of not having it rather than it being a want. An example which isn't about social care directly, but communication and things that can come under social care for some people, because social care can purchase equipment. My friend's son needs an iPad because that's his way of communicating and his window to the world. And it can't be another tablet because that's what he's grown up using, and it has to be that make. My son, he has a Fire tablet because he just, he'd love to have an iPad. He wants an iPad, but because it's the nicer one, but he just needs something that can play music through his speakers. So you can see the impact of not having an iPad. And my friend's son is huge in terms of communication and quality of life, whereas the iPad would be a nice to have for my son. Next slide. So the eligibility framework, how they decide if you're eligible. And step one, again, I've used the wording from the law, which is really horrible. But a person's needs must be caused by a physical or mental impairment or illness. And autism is classified as a mental impairment. I hate that. I know it's, I like it to be a difference, but that's the wording of the law. We need to get it changed. Step two is that a person's needs must stop them being able to achieve 2 or more specified outcomes, which I'm going to list. And as a consequence of that, it must have a significant impact on their well-being. So the significant impact is the only place where a measure is put on that. It doesn't say you have to be very autistic or very disabled, or you have to be under secondary mental health services or anything. It's an impairment mental or physical impairment, it's a very low bar, that first step. So if we go on to another slide. So these are the 10 specified outcomes. And as I said on the previous slide, if you have difficulty meeting the outcomes of 2 of these areas, then you and that has a significant impact on your well-being, then you are eligible for social care support. If you go to the next slide, I've turned these into pictures. So the areas are managing and maintaining nutrition, personal hygiene, managing toileting needs, being appropriately clothed, being able to make use of the home safely, and then maintaining a habitable home environment. And as the first 6. And again, gradually, social care has become more and more about those. But each of these areas, it's not just the physical, part of putting food into your mouth or being able to make a sandwich. Can you go out to the shops? Are you checking sell-by dates? Are you able to understand your own health intolerances? Will you eat if you're left to it, or do you need prompting to eat? Will you forget to eat? Will you be so distracted by yum yums because of an association with that you won't buy any other food in the shop? All sorts of things. Will going shopping or making choices cause you great anxiety? You might be able to shower and maintain your personal hygiene, but will you do that? Will you need prompting to do it? Those sorts of things are really important. If we go to the next slide. Throughout all of those, managing money isn't a specified outcome on its own, but every single one of the ones before and after rely on people's understanding of money. And again, it's easier to understand with somebody with dementia or a learning disability, where they may not understand the value of the notes and the coins and understand how to pay for something. But it could be, if it's linked to your autism, that you struggle to think about budgets longer term, that you would spend all of your money on your your interests and not have any for your bills, all of those sorts of things. If that's linked to your autism, then they should be considered in an assessment as well. Not like my 20-year-old, where it's just that he wants an old wreck of a Land Rover and all his money's gone on that. So the next slide. The 4 areas of specified outcomes that get forgotten because money's tight at the moment, but are equally important, are around maintaining friendships and family, accessing the community, leisure, transport, anything that other people can do in the community, accessing work, volunteering, training, and also responsibilities that you might have for children. And again, the one around children that very often gets forgotten or pushed back to children's services, but it is in the Care Act that if you need support because of your responsibilities for a child or a grandchild, then that should be considered within your Care Act assessment. So next slide. As I said, if you're being unable to achieve something, again, needs a bit of explanation, then it could be that you're able to do it, but you need prompting. You're able to do it, but it would cause you significant pain, distress, or anxiety to do that. Or it might endanger you or others, or it might take you a lot longer to achieve that. You might be in the shower for 4 hours and therefore unable to do something else without somebody there prompting you that time or something. So all of those things are considered as not being able to achieve something. And again, I think this is often misunderstood around an assessment for an autistic person. Again, because it may well fluctuate, and that at times your anxiety allows you to go out and about and do things, and other times it doesn't. And so, you know, really think about, you know, what unable means in this legal term. Next slide.
2 minutes, Jackie.
Yeah, thank you. This is just to say that those bottom four, there is no hierarchy. There is no, this is more important than that. You're eligible for support if you're unable to achieve 2 of those bottom 4 areas, even if you can manage all the top 6. Next slide. And next slide. Talking about impact on person's well-being. So again, only you can decide whether something, not being able to achieve something, is having a significant impact on your well-being. And well-being is defined quite broadly. It's about your dignity, your emotional well-being, and physical and mental health, protection from abuse or neglect, control over your daily life, and also oh, there's one missing, I think, which is about being able to contribute to society. Everyone is unique, so something might be not important to somebody else or not have an impact, but be very important to you, and that's very clearly covered in the Act. Next slide, please. Supported involvement. Again, people have talked a lot about difficulty in communicating and maybe expressing things, and particularly in stressful situations. And so the CARE Act covers a range of issues around communicating and being involved in your assessment. And one is that they should obviously look at reasonable adjustments. 2 is that it should be assessed if you have, or you should be able to say that you would have substantial difficulty in being involved in your assessment. That doesn't mean that you do not have the mental capacity to make a decision, but it means that you might have difficulty in being involved and communicating your wishes in that meeting. So it's a lower bar. If you have substantial difficulty, then there's 2 options. One, there's a role called an appropriate person. They don't tend to call, you know, name it as that, but it's often assumed that a family member or a friend might be that appropriate person. It can't be a paid role. Will be acting as to help you have a voice in your assessment. If there is no one to do that, or you don't want your family to be that person, if you go to the next slide, then the law means that you can ask for an independent advocate to help you in that assessment. And the appropriate person, for example, if a family member is with you, or a partner is with you in that meeting, they cannot be forced to be that appropriate person. They could be there and say, I just want to be my partner's support, but we need an independent advocate to help them have their say and be clear about what they want to express during this meeting. And equally, social care cannot insist that you have a parent or family member being that person. So again, you can ask for an independent advocate. Next slide. I'm not going to cover charging in this, but they can charge you as a contribution towards your care, and they need, if you have over £23,000 in savings, you will not get funded care. Even if you have no savings, are on benefits, then they will look at your outgoings and if you can afford to make a contribution. But every local authority should be looking at that individually. They should be telling you about disability related expenditure, and they should be making sure it's affordable. Next slide. So the final stage is care planning, which is looking at what needs they've identified and developing a plan. And it can be, again, very often they will again do an assessment which identifies someone's needs, but they will just say your mum's doing this, your mum's doing that, your partner's doing that, you know, we don't need to do anything. But if you go to the next slide, the local authorities cannot assume that any adult will care for any other adult, and that's really difficult. And as a mum, I mean, I would lay down my life for my children, but you know, it's not always the best for a family member to be supporting you that independence. They, you know, I'm really happy now my son's supported, got a really good care team, and I can just be his mum. But also it's your choice. You know, you can't be told that's fine, your mum has to do that, your partner has to do that. If you want someone else separately to support you, then, you know, the local authority needs to do that. Next slide. And the next slide. I'm going to move straight on to the next slide. So Access Social Care, we started 4 years ago as a new charity. We came out of MenCap, where we were a legal advice team as part of the helpline. But Carrie, our chief executive, wanted very much to take things in a different direction, and she wanted very passionately to be able to support anybody who needed social care, not just people with a learning disability. And we look at helping people understand their rights. We help people challenge decisions, and we also use everything that we learn to try and challenge the systems and the local authorities and nationally to make them more work better for people. We have a range of ways that we support. I'm going to just quickly talk about our legal chatbot, but we also work with, we have some caseworkers work with some support organisations, and in Gloucestershire we have a project, and Croydon, and we're looking at ways of expanding the work that we can do in a more place-based way like that. But we do have a relationship with about 150 solicitors, largely London-based corporate lawyers who want to do something pro bono. So we train them in particular areas so that they can help people directly, and we supervise that work to make sure that they're doing it well. And we can, for example, if somebody's been turned down for benefits at mandatory reconsideration level, so if they're going to go to appeal, we can put you in touch with a solicitor that can help do that. If somebody has been told that you can't have an assessment, or the assessment has not been appropriate, again, we have got solicitors who can help review that assessment and help you challenge it and get one that's appropriate through, as I say, it's likely to be online and remote to somebody, but we can do that. Next slide. Next slide. So the final thing is about our chatbot, which is an AI tool on our website. And there is a little video attached to this, but I think want to go to questions first. But essentially, if you go onto our website and click on the icon on the bottom right hand corner, it takes you through a series of, it's all been co-designed with a range of people. And it's the conversation that you would have with our legal caseworkers, essentially. So it asks you a series of very straightforward questions and will lead you through. And it's got little videos, easy read documents, and information about each step of the assessment and the process if you want to do that, or you can just carry on through the questions. And it might lead you to a fact sheet about what an assessment should cover, a fact sheet about how to challenge your charges. And it can also lead you to a template letter that you can download and adapt and send off to the local authority, which will challenge a decision. You know, it covers a really big range of areas. You can also go straight to those template letters through the FAQs. But I think I want to pause and see if there's any questions, and if anybody can summarise what's been in the chat, if there's questions in there as well, and then we can talk a bit more, because I think we've still got about 10-15 minutes.
Yes, there were some questions in the chat, Jackie. Give me a second. Or if anyone wants to raise their hand using, oh, I always forget, the reactions tab, you can
Yeah.
raise your hand if you want to ask a question.
I believe
Um,
the presentations will be going out.
Yes, they will, yeah.
And I can put my email in the chat as well. I'm happy to get people contacting me.
There was one question about whether you have a specific geographical area.
So we are England based at the moment. We're looking at Welsh law, hopefully getting some funding to look at Welsh law shortly. But we have, so we've got a very on my half-time post and a half-time legal caseworker work specifically in Gloucestershire, and we have the same in Croydon. We're working with Social Care Futures specifically, but otherwise, so we have the free legal chatbot, we have our pro bono clinics which are available, and we have a membership model where we've been working with some of the charitable care providers. So they pay a membership to us, and we can support. We don't represent the organisation, but if they're supporting somebody and the local authority where they are, you know, whether that's Liverpool or Kent, if they're that person, you know, the local authority's taken away support that they need, then we challenge the local authority on that person's behalf. We also do quite a lot of assessment and treatment unit work. So we have a contract still with MenCap, so that calls that go through to their helpline, a certain number of them where they can't help will come through to us to offer legal advice and legal support. We try and find a legal aid solicitor because there's a real difficulty in finding legal aid solicitors, but we've got good links with those. But we also take on specifically, we've got a package of work where we support some people long term when they're in an inpatient unit, to try and help. And we've had quite good successes in supporting people to come out, because the Care Act's so important about, you know, enabling people to have an ordinary life in a home, not a hospital. So yeah, that's, as I say, it's sort of a mixed picture, but we can support people from all over.
There's a question a little further back, which is from Rowena. Who ensures that all this is actually done? Because it seems very fair and logical, but I doubt it actually works that way in practice. Even the Equality Act doesn't work in practice, in my experience. And this is much more in depth than that.
Absolutely right. And that's why that's our core purpose, I think, is that we know that the law is very good, but without access to justice, it might as well say, you know, it might as well be a script to the Moomins, really. So we recognise that legal aid has been decimated over the last 10 years as well. There's community care legal aid solicitors. It's very difficult to make a career in community care because legal aid has been cut and you don't get paid till the end of the case and all sorts of things. And the area that we work in is what's called early legal help. So even before a solicitor can get legal aid, they have to have gone back to the local authority and written a letter and said, you know, actually, we need you to rethink this decision. And they don't get paid for that bit. But we can do that section for people if we can take them on as a caseworker. And our letters help with that part of it, which is a legally, you know, a legally worded letter which says, we think you need to rethink that in light of what the Care Act says, or the Equalities Act, or the Autism Act. So we find that a letter with the right wording can help unlock the right support. We know that advocacy services are stretched and often aren't rights-based. They're just about saying, we'll help someone have the right voice, and we are trying to influence that. And we're trying to influence policy. So for example, in Gloucestershire, I know that the only way, I can't find everybody who's been turned down for an assessment because they're autistic. They won't know how to contact me, however much we promote it. So what we have to do is make it right first time. And so I'm piloting an approach that we hope to then get funding to roll out other ways, which is looking at gathering the evidence of the people that I'm supporting, and going back to the local authorities, so I have meetings with them and I say, you know, we can keep challenging you on this approach, you know, and passing cases on to get taken to court, or we can sit down and talk to you about how you change your policy and practice to actually work first time for people. And so we're having some successes in Gloucestershire, and as I say, we're starting to try and get funding and look at how we can do that in other places, and how we can work that, you know. And again, the next step in Gloucestershire is to very much say, okay, we've focused on charging and assessments in the first stage. I want to sit down with people with lived experience and say, what's the next things we need to start challenging? What's the next most important things that aren't happening that should be happening? And I would love that to be about people with mental health issues and autistic people not getting the assessments that they need. But
We have another question from Laura. Are you able to support with care and treatment reviews as well as the Care Act assessments and benefits?
we don't directly independently support with care and treatment reviews. Where we've taken on a case through as I say, a referral through MenCap, and we recognise that means that it's with people with learning disabilities and autism, and we're looking at getting funding and working with other groups like Inclusion London and stuff so that we can widen how we support people. So where we are supporting somebody more generally, it is that will involve sometimes supporting at care and treatment reviews, but not, you know, not just that if you're having a care and treatment review we can support you at the moment, I'm afraid.
There is another question about, is there a cost to use your service?
No, there's no cost to the individual. As I say, we're funded by either the member organisation. So for example, Dimensions are a member of Access Social Care. They pay for a certain amount of support from our legal caseworkers every year. So their managers, we train their managers as well in the Care Act. If somebody says, I don't think that's quite right, somebody's been told they can't do X, Y, or Z, they can get advice from us, and then they might be able to act on that. And if that doesn't work, then we can take that person on if that's what they want, or their family want, if they haven't got the capacity to decide. So the list of members, I believe, is on our website, which is www.accesscharity.org.uk. Yeah, so if you are supported by one of our members and feel that, you know, there's something not right, and we have in the past challenged our members. You know, it's an interesting relationship because they, you know, and we're very upfront with them that if we are supporting somebody and actually we feel that the member organisation needs to change what they're doing to be more appropriate, then we will say that to them, and we have. So we represent the person that we're supporting, not the organisation, but yeah, the members. So please, again, if you're supported by one of those members and you're unhappy with something that's happening, you could contact us. There's an email address to inquiries at Access Charity on the website. You know, do drop us a note and we can follow that through. But yeah, as we go forward, the other area we've got some funding for at the moment to work with carers as peer navigators, but I'm hopeful that we'll get some other funding shortly to develop what I'm calling a peer navigator. So I know through my experience, and you've mentioned peer support, that nobody quite gets your situation like somebody who's had similar experiences. So I know that I've learned a lot from other people with similar experiences, but sometimes the advice isn't quite accurate because it might be slightly different in one part of the country to another, for example, if it's an online forum, or it might be that your situation, because social care is so specific, what my son might get as social care, another person might not get, but on the face of it, it might look like you've got similar issues, but you know, it's so specific. So what we want to do is start being able to train and pay people, you know, maybe for 2 or 3 hours a week, to be a peer navigator. We train them in the Care Act more fully. We train them on our chatbot more fully. And then hopefully they could go out and use that time to sit alongside somebody else, virtually or physically, and help them use the chatbot to get to that letter and complete the letter which challenges the decision that you're not happy with. And we know then that the information that that peer navigator is using is always legally accurate, because we obviously update the chatbot all the time. We're adding new areas onto the chatbot all the time. And we can support that person as well, because again, I know many of you will do peer support, and if it's just I support some families, you know, just as myself, and it can feel quite unsupported and lonely. So we want to look at how we can support people who might be doing that peer support, peer navigating around people's social care rights. So yeah, we might be coming back to the network when we get some funding, hopefully be able to say, you know, is anybody interested in taking this opportunity up? So again, my email is on the presentation, I'll put it in the chat, but I would love to hear about other people's experiences. We might not be able to help with them, but again, we're trying to influence nationally as well. So any information about what's not working does help us inform that work. At the moment, we're trying to challenge how they allocate social care budgets around the country, because they're not transparent. So we're taking the department responsible for that to court, and the Information Commissioner's Office to court about them not releasing the information, because we don't feel they're doing it in a way which says there's this number of people with disabilities, this number of autistic people, this demand for social care in this area, so therefore they need a budget of, you know, it seems that, well, they won't tell us how they're allocating it, but there is a disparity around the country about how much money is spent on social care. And so we want to understand what the postcode lottery is about. So that's where we work nationally to try and change things. And again, I think we could look at the Autism Act and the Care Act, and again, what's not happening. I think
we have someone with their hand up. Robert, you'd like to ask a question?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really interesting, the presentation. I do think that the picture for the future is still not anything other than bleak, unfortunately.
I do recognise it's not easy.
And my question really is about how is there a kind of a national organisation or body? I know there's the National Autistic Society, but as my question is more around lobbying, so these changes can be actually changed at a national level, because in Cornwall we really struggled. So the assessments, there's a huge backlog for assessments, but there's also alongside that a growing number of people that have yet to be diagnosed, especially as adults, and I don't see the problem getting smaller, just bigger.
I think so Social Care Futures is a gathering of people who want the social care system to work better and really think about people having a good, they call it a gloriously ordinary life. So that's worth looking into. They won't specifically be lobbying about a backlog in autism diagnoses, but you know, the social care shouldn't depend on a diagnosis. Otherwise, in terms, as say, other lobbying groups on autism, I know Inclusion Gloucestershire's Inclusion London and other inclusion groups are doing quite a lot, as well as the NES. I did note down curators of change, David, on in my notepad to look into after this, because I was quite interested. I had not heard of them, so yeah, we will look at those. we are in touch with quite a lot of different organisations and looking at how we can work together. As so we're very new and we're a very small team, but you know, we were involved, for example, during COVID, bringing to the attention the do not resuscitate notices being put on people with learning disabilities notes during that time, and that sort of thing. So we have, you know, we have got a track record of success at changing some of those areas, and we will carry on trying to change things locally as well as nationally. David.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry I've been whinging in the chat, but they're really important points to mention, that people with autism are generally having a dreadful time and an appalling time. And I'm really impressed with your presentation. And I'm a person with lived experience, and I work with curators of change, but I'm one of the people involved with it. But by all means, please do get in contact, because we're involved in an awful lot of work, particularly around social care. We lob it, we stir, but we have quite a few people on there with autism and who are like really kicking.
Good.
But
Yeah.
there's been some really good work in the Eastern region in Norfolk, but I'm in London now, but I still do work for the Eastern region, and also I should be involved with peer reviews eventually with the Autism Stream in Local Government Association. So
It's really interesting. Yeah.
it's helpful, because sometimes it needs an independent voice to go in and say, this isn't right. You're not really sticking to the Care Act. You're not following the guidelines. And I feel like saying, hang on, I'm here. And myself, I'm really having a horrible time, but I shall be in contact. But thank you very much. Excellent.
So just 3 thoughts to leave you with. In Gloucestershire, for example, I feel that health are providing a post-diagnostic service, community autism service, and it's felt that that's the social care connection for people with autism or autistic people, and actually it's not. They still have the right to have a social care act assessment. Whatever services are being put on, they have a right to an individual care needs assessment, and that could lead to an individual support package. They can't just say, therefore you need to go on the waiting list for this service. They must meet an identified need as soon as it's identified somehow. And the other thing is that their budgets, and this is a really hard thing, and I know Cornwall in particular is in a dire situation, but it's not. We're gaslit and made to feel that it's our problem, and therefore we shouldn't ask for so much. The local authority has to even bankrupt itself. It has to legally meet any needs identified. They can say we'll meet it this way because it's cheaper rather than that way, but it has to meet your need in a way that's meaningful to you. And the third thing is that, again, we're gaslit by being told it's about personal care. You're fine. As I say, the autistic person that we helped in Gloucestershire, he was originally told, if you can make a sandwich and brush your teeth, you're not entitled to an assessment. He was then, we argued for an advocate for him, and then he was told his friend couldn't attend as well, but you can have as many people in your assessment as you want. And so you can see there's lots of barriers along the way. We know that, but you know, you have got the right to an advocate, and you have got the right to an assessment by somebody who understands autism. At the very minimum, they should be able to show you their training, but they should have experience at working with someone with autism. So there you go. Rant over.
Thank you, Jackie. One last question very quickly. Can you self-refer? That's I know that's come up a couple of times.
So I'm going to, if it's an issue around appealing benefits, we can't help with the original PIP form or the mandatory reconsideration. There's lots of organisations that can do that, but we can help with appeal. And if you if you think you're being charged too much for your care, or if you don't feel the assessment process has been right for you, then email me and we can see if we can find you a pro bono solicitor that can help you go through that. So, and as I say, the chatbot has got all of this information and a lots more, and is free to use.
Heidi, you just have your hand up quickly.
Yeah, just a quick one. Hello, thank you for such a great presentation. I might have missed it. Can we self-refer, or do we need to be under the care of a member organisation?
Or we have two offers, I suppose. Our own in-house legal caseworkers work with people within our member organisations, or people who've been referred from MenCap helpline, and who live in Gloucestershire or in Croydon currently. But we have links to solicitors who work as volunteers for us, and we can take referrals from a wider area for those. And you can use our chatbot. And any feedback about the chatbot and accessibility, again, please always ping to me. We're constantly improving it and changing it.
Robert, just quickly.
Yeah, sorry, real quick question. Yeah, so is all of what you talked about dependent on diagnosis? Do you actually have to have a diagnosis first?
No, the Care Act says that the first step is that you have an impairment, a mental or physical impairment or illness. So a diagnosis certainly helps that. But if you have any paperwork which says you have executive processing difficulty, you have this difficulty, that you need support at school, anything that says that it's not just that you're can't be bothered to keep your house clean, but there's a mental or physical reason for that, they should do an assessment.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Jackie. I think we are gonna rearrange our session slightly. If we could put the slides back up. Please, Angela.
One second, I'll share the screen now for you.
If we could go that we're slightly overrunning, and we do have a scheduled talk at 12:50. I don't think we've got time enough really to give time for celebrating our interests. So I'm proposing that we do that before the self-advocacy session this afternoon, to just have a little bit of time to give that the proper time. And therefore I'm going to suggest that we go for lunch now, and we're back in half an hour at 12:45. Just to get us back on track. I'm going to share my screen now. Because what I want to share is I'm aware that this morning has been a little bit heavy. And I did say that we would celebrate some of the more cheerful things of autism and being autistic. So I am going to share with you this little presentation just before lunch of Autistic Joy. So thank you. I'm hoping it will work. So Autistic Joy can be seen as a form of self-advocacy. Autistic self-advocacy influenced through the joy of the true act of resistance.
It's not quite sharing properly.
Okay.
It's stuck on one slide. I don't know if that's just for me.
Huh. Shall I share again?
Maybe if people go and have their break, and if they want to pop back and look at this presentation, it will be running on a loop through the lunch break, and you'd be
Oh,
welcome
there you go.
Oh. It's not working at my end, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Is it working for anyone else?
Kind of, but not
No.
really.
Oh dear.
What I can see is like the desktop shared, but without the slideshow running.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, there's lots of
I'm really struggling, sorry.
Okay. Well, it's the first IT glitch we've encountered today, so I think it's pretty good going. We'll try and this wasn't something to sit and necessarily look at. It's something if you wanted to look at it over your lunch break, you can do. So why don't people have their break, and hopefully we'll get it sorted by the time you get back.
Sammy,
Thank you.
can you move your mouse? Because I can see your cursor.
I am trying. Yeah, it's not.
See if your mouse is stuck, whether the whole thing's stuck or whether it's just not playing.
It's playing for me. That's
Yeah.
the problem. I'm just okay. Right. Let me. So I just had to shut that whole thing down.
Maybe try sharing it again, because sometimes restarting things makes them work for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Try turning it off and on again.
Let me see. Right, now I'm having a total another issue. Huh. This is very interesting, guys. Right. I may have to leave the meeting and come back.
No worries, Sammy.
If you want to email it to me, if you're able to email your PowerPoint, I can try sharing it from my end. that helps, but I can put you my email in the chat.
Whoever that is, Debbie,
Well,
can you
it's
try that?
I think it was too big to send. It needs to go via WeTransfer. It could be that it's a bandwidth issue. I wonder if the other one you were going to share might be easier.
I have a real big problem at the moment. I cannot click on anything on my computer.
Okay.
So
Tell you
guys,
what then, why don't we just have a lunch break and come
Okay.
back as planned at the right time? And if you need to come and go out of the meeting to sort things out, then do that.
I might have to turn my computer off.
Yeah. Don't worry, you tried.
I come back at 1:45, everybody. Sorry
Yeah.
about this.
No
I'm
worries.
really
No
sorry.
worries.
Bye.
Did you say 1:45?
Yeah, she means 12:45.
That's 15 minutes.
Oh, well, I think it was 30 minutes from when she originally intended. Come back for 12:45, 12:50 is when the presentation will start.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Hi, Sammy.
Are we coming back?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
I'm here.
Hannah's here.
Is Hannah here? Oh, yes, yes, she is.
Hannah is here. Oh, I just ran up and down the stairs. I shouldn't do that.
Okay. So, welcome back. If you're all back, I'm hoping you're all back. So, our next presentation is about the services for Derriford liaison nurses, but particularly on reasonable adjustments in healthcare. I'm aware that I did say that we would do some autistic joy and some special interest stuff at some in this morning, but unfortunately time has got away with us, and my computer has decided not to play ball. So we will come back to that after Hannah's presentation. So I will now hand over to Hannah, who is the autism liaison nurse at Derriford Hospital down in Devon.
Thanks, Sammy. Yeah, my name's Hannah. I'm one of the autism liaison nurses based down at Derriford Hospital, and been asked to come and speak to you all very briefly about reasonable adjustments within hospital. Could I have the next slide, please? So we've only got about half an hour, so it's going to be a very whistle-stop tour, so apologies in advance. But these are kind of the key points that I felt were important to communicate to everyone. So first of all, having a little bit of look at what reasonable adjustments are, kind of 5 top things to consider, a little bit of a look at what a hospital passport is, a brief overview of our service for anybody who is Plymouth based, and then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time left at the end for any questions. Next slide, please. So hopefully people have kind of heard of the term reasonable adjustments, and it's not a completely alien term. But reasonable adjustments are something that we need to put in place for anybody, not just somebody who is autistic, but anybody who has any sort of disability, whether that is a visible or an invisible disability. It's not something that we can choose to do. It's something we are told we have to do by law. It sits under the Equality Act. And so that's the kind of framework that we've got. The idea of reasonable adjustments is that it helps people to access services in an equal way. So removing those barriers that you may potentially face when trying to access health services, whether that's sort of primary services with your sort of GP, or whether that's acute services such as in a hospital. And our main aim is to make sure that people have good healthcare outcomes. We know that for a lot of autistic individuals, the health outcomes are not the same as the general population. So reasonable adjustments hopefully will make a difference to ensure that people do get those same healthcare outcomes. Over the next slide, please. So Sammy asked me whether I could bring a list of reasonable adjustments, which I would love to be able to say, here's a list, this is what you can go and ask for. But reasonable adjustments are so varied that I think it's really important to kind of communicate that there isn't a set list. A reasonable adjustment can be anything. So rather than having a set list of things for you to then go away and ask for, I thought maybe providing you some sort of guidelines of things to think about. So kind of the five things that we came up with are, first of all, that reasonable adjustments are person and situation specific. So for each person in this call today, the support that you will need to access health services will be unique. There is no kind of blanket rule that this is what works for everybody. But also situation specific. So what you need to access a service at your GP may be very different to what you would need to access a service through the emergency department versus if you were admitted onto one of the wards in a hospital. just because the nature of how those interactions are a little bit different. So don't think that kind of you've got your idea and that's it, you have to stick with it, you're not allowed to change it. Reasonable adjustments, there needs to be flexibility that you can ask for them to kind of be altered depending on where you are. The second one is a reasonable adjustment can be anything that is reasonable. That's the kind of key clause there, which brings us on to number 3. So when thinking about what would be a helpful reasonable adjustment, I always say to people when I'm having those conversations, if you were, for our example in the hospital, if you were the only patient on this ward and no kind of resources, finances, things, that wasn't an issue, how could we make this stay better for you? And that's a really good place to start. And so it might be that actually having your own room is what you need, that having a member of your family or a friend or a carer staying with you 24/7, that you'd like to have the same nurse looking after you every day, you'd like to have ward round at the same time. Starting to kind of brainstorm that if you were the only person in this situation, what could we do? Unfortunately, you're not the only person in the hospital, and we do have constraints of kind of finances and resources, those sorts of things. But helping us as health professionals know what your kind of ideal situation would look like can then help us to kind of make those compromises. So being aware that you can ask for anything, but knowing that we might not always achieve that, but we will always try and meet you in the middle somewhere. So for the example I gave, having your own room, if we can achieve that, we will absolutely advocate for that. But unfortunately, things like infection control often trump that. So then we can maybe have a look at the ward and maybe actually is that bed by the window a little bit better than the one that's right next to the nurse's station where people are constantly coming and going. So little things like that it might not be your ideal, but we can make the most of a not so great situation. It can be really helpful to have a think about what you may need and documenting this when you're feeling well regulated. So when you're at home before you're unwell, can be really helpful. It can be difficult in my experience for people to be able to think about those things that might help them when you're already really stressed, you're feeling unwell, and kind of everything's just getting on top of you. So having a think about what you might need before you get to that situation can be really helpful. Obviously, things might change when you're in that situation. You might suddenly realise, I hadn't thought of that, and that's an issue, and that's fine. We can address that as we go. But preempting things that would be difficult for you, writing that down, whether that's on your phone, whether that's on a hospital passport, which we'll come on to, anywhere, just write it down so that you've then got that. You don't have to be able to verbalise it. You can just literally hand it over to somebody and we can understand what you need. It can also be really helpful if, for example, you're accessing your GP where it's a planned encounter, to share those adjustments ahead of time, just to give the GP a bit of a heads up that this is what you need. GPs are so tied with their time that if we can give them a little bit of a heads up rather than using half of your appointment to actually get those adjustments in place, that could be really good. And then we've sort of touched on number 5 already, but it's really important to remember that we can't always accommodate exactly what you want. And that's not because we're trying to be difficult. That's not because we're kind of putting barriers in the way. That's because there are so many other influences into what we can and can't put in place. But that doesn't mean that people don't want to help. It just might mean that we need to go on to plan B and have a bit of a conversation about what your second best option might be. The next slide, please. So again, hospital passports, hopefully something that is familiar to most people. I think they're becoming more mainstream now, which is really, really good. But very briefly, for people who don't know what a hospital passport is, it's a document that is owned by you. That's a really important thing. Please do not let anybody, medical staff, nursing staff, please don't let people keep them. They are yours to keep. They're not a medical document. That help communicate your health needs, but more importantly, things like your likes, your dislikes, your communication needs, that we can't access through your medical records. The reason I say that it's your document, not ours, is because you have the right to change it at any point. You can add information, you can take away information. So it's kind of a working document that you can add bits to as you go. when I was chatting with Sammy, we were kind of listing off the hundreds of versions of hospital passports out there that exist, and there are so many. There is no right or wrong hospital passport. Most hospitals will have their own version, and that is fine. Doesn't mean you have to use it. If you come to Derriford and you said, you know what, I really don't like your hospital passport, we won't be offended. If you come in and you found one from a hospital in Edinburgh that you love, great, that's fine, as long as that information is written down. That's ultimately all that matters. So there's a couple of examples on the next slide, if we're able to have that one. So these are just a very few examples. So the first one there is our one from Derriford. So we've got a hospital passport, and then we've also got a reasonable adjustments form, which is just a double-sided A4 sheet of paper that allows you to kind of put down some of your adjustments around anxiety, sensory needs, pain, communication, which you're very welcome to. They're all available for free to download from the Derriford website. So even if you're not a kind of Plymouth local, please feel free to have a look at those if you like the look of them. And then a couple of other examples. The National Autistic Society have got their health passport, which is brilliant. Again, free to download from the National Autistic Society. And then a third one is the healthcare passport from the from the Autistic Girls Network, sorry, which again, free to download. I'm not aware of any that you have to pay for. Have a Google of passports, and hopefully there is one out there that you like the layout of, and you can make it work for you. And if not, just write it on a bit of paper. It does not have to be in the format of a hospital passport. The most important thing is that we just have that information about you, so that we can understand kind of what you need from us. Fabulous. So the Derriford Autism Service, for those of you who aren't familiar with us, we're based down at Derriford Hospital, so in Plymouth. We are quite unique. The only other service I know in the kind of southwest area that has a service for autistic individuals who don't have a learning disability is Trelisk down in Truro in Cornwall. So we provide support and advice for patients who are autistic without a learning disability. We work very closely with the learning disability team, but yeah, our remit is supporting autistic individuals who do not have a learning disability. You can see our mission statement there kind of sums up what we do. So providing advice, education and identifying resources for autistic people, their carers and trust staff with the aim of adjusting to individual needs and therefore promoting positive outcomes for healthcare and employment. So we do the kind of patient side of things. We also do a lot of staff education, so making sure that staff are kind of up to date and accessing information about autism within healthcare. And then the other side of our service is we also support autistic members of staff within the trust, making sure that they've got the right workplace adjustments. We work quite closely with the equality and diversity team to make sure that people are supported. If you are a Plymouth local person and likely to be using services at Derriford Hospital, and you're not already known to our service, by all means drop us an email and we can alert you to our service, which just means that if you come into the hospital either through the emergency department or straight onto one of the wards, we get an automatic little email just to let us know that you're here, and we can touch base with the ward just to make sure that they're aware that you are autistic, that you have got the right support in place, making sure that you've been offered a hospital passport, those sorts of things. Our details are all on the screen. Our website is there. Hopefully the QR code works. IT is not my strong point, but I think I've worked out how to do it. So if you give that a scan, that'll take you to our website where you can download the passports and stuff that were on the previous slide if you're interested. Fabulous. I think that's the last slide. Fabulous. Yeah, so very whistle-stop tour, but more than happy to take any questions if there are any.
Were there any questions? Debbie in the chat.
There is something in the chat, yes, from Amy. Sorry, I joined late. Do all health trusts accept the passport? Our health trust does Oliver McGowan training. Yeah. do all trusts accept health passports?
Yeah, absolutely. There shouldn't be a reason why people don't accept them. So wave them in front of people's faces. Ultimately, hospital passports make our job as health professionals easier as well, because it helps us to understand who you need and who you are and what you need from us. So we often have conversations with wards where they phone and they're kind of struggling to manage a situation, and we say, "Oh, have you read the hospital passport?" No. And all the information they need is in there. So if people are kind of reluctant to read them, make sure you just keep waving it in people's faces and say it's really important that you do read this.
Oh, the chat is getting away with me. There was something I saw.
I think there was a question from Rowena. How do you get GPs and hospitals to actually put the adjustments in place? Mine ignore everything I write, like they don't even read it. I think that's one of the problems, isn't it? That sometimes those hospital passports aren't read, but
yeah. Yeah, and ultimately we can't force people to read them. We can't force people to kind of engage with them. It's just about kind of constantly getting that education to people. If that is a situation in Derriford and you're having issues with people not reading your hospital passport or not kind of making adjustments, please let us know and we can support with that. Unfortunately, outside of Derriford, we're limited as to what we can do. But I would just say keep trying, because yeah, they have every kind of right to be, or you have every right to be accessing those reasonable adjustments. And ultimately, if you're really struggling and you don't have a service like ours in your local hospital, going to the PALS service and asking if there's anything they can do to support you.
Are there any other questions?
There's well, not so much of a question, there's a statement further back from Jackie saying doctors are taught to ask open questions, but that's a real problem for my son. Like, are you okay? Clearly not if you're in hospital. Should ask, has your pain got better or worse, or how are your symptoms? Yeah, is that the sort of thing, Hannah, that maybe, you know, how questions are phrased to people could be part of their passport or a reasonable adjustment?
Absolutely, yeah. So in most hospital passports, it will have a section about your communication needs, and I would say in that, try to include information about how you would like other people to communicate to you, but also how you communicate to other people. And so if you really struggle with those sorts of questions, giving people sort of examples of this is how I would prefer you communicate to me. And don't be afraid to bring in sort of resources as well. If you use kind of, some people prefer to use kind of smiley face cards, those sorts of things, rather than answering yes, no, they'll have a little green smiley face for I'm good, or a little red one for I'm not so good. If you've got those sorts of things at home, absolutely bring them into hospital with you. Any sort of communication aid that will help you, yeah, use them.
Can I ask a question, please?
Of course.
Hi.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't find the part. I usually use Teams, and I couldn't find the bit where you put your hand up on
Oh,
Teams.
it's always hard to find.
I'm sorry for being rude and jumping in. I was going, I can't find this. Do you have any sensory toolkits? Say if someone comes through A&E, and you know, I carry one. I have headphones. I often have sunglasses in my bag. I know that I work in the NHS, and I do deliver the Oliver McGowan mandatory training as well.
Yeah.
But do you have a sensory toolkit that people can ask, and communication tools in A&E, say, for example?
We don't have a toolkit as such, but we've got a number of resources. So we've got noise cancelling headphones, we've got DVD players, we've got fidget toys, those sorts of things that people just need to ask for if that's something that would help you. We have given ED a couple of sets of headphones because obviously we're not here 24 hours a day, and people don't stop coming into A&E at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, and so there are some available. There should be some available just to ask at the main reception when you check in at ED. but yeah, in our office hours, we've got a number of resources that we can lend out. We've got tablets, yeah, DVD players, fidget toys, eye masks, those sorts of things.
That's brilliant. That's excellent. Thanks for that.
All right. I know that Trelisk have had some money recently that they put together bags that they give to people with those sorts of resources in, which is something that we are looking to pinch their idea in a loving way.
No, that's cool. That's why I like these kind of meetings, because I
Yeah.
work at RCHT,
Okay.
delivering the Oliver McGowan. I also deliver it for Derriford, and I love supporting change, and sensory differences are a massive, important issue that's sometimes overlooked. It's good that
Absolutely.
you've got it, and RCHT do have that. No doubt they go missing quite a lot because they're quite popular. So I guess in the more current climate, so I've got a baby in the background if you can hear that. The current climate, things do go.
Yeah.
Having a constant stock of stuff can be tricky, but I think what would be nice is maybe best recommendation list so people can build their own. I think that would be a nice thing if people could do.
And we've got that on the front of our hospital passport. We've got a list of kind of, it's not an exhaustive list, but kind of recommendations of these are the sort of things, so such as sunglasses, headphones, weighted blankets, weighted lap pad, those sorts of things, that those are sort of things that if you've got them at home and they really work for you, it's just something you can tick on the front of your passport to say these are some of the things I might bring in with me. Yeah, don't be afraid to bring anything in. We've had people that have brought in a full set of bedding for them themselves before, that if that's what you need to feel comfortable, your own pillows, your own duvet, fine in my opinion.
No, that's perfect. That's brilliant. Thanks for that.
No worries.
There's a question from Kate, and it's not directly about liaison nurse work. I don't know if you'll be able to answer it, but it says, are you aware of any information on mental health meds and needs? I've read that they don't necessarily work for the same for people with autism. Is that something you can answer?
Yeah, not really my area of expertise. I'm not a mental health nurse, so I wouldn't want to be advising about medication. I'd kind of probably signpost you towards your GP or pharmacist for that one. Sorry.
Some other things that are coming up in the chat is about pain and people rating pain, describing pain. And I know that's a topic that we've talked about in our Your Voice Network meeting, and how tricky it is with the neurotypical descriptions of different types of pain, and how understanding them and communicating that. Is there anything that you do that helps people to communicate that or to understand that?
So we've got a couple of pain tools that we recommend to people. So we've got the Abbey Pain Score, which is more for somebody to do an assessment of. So if I was assessing your pain, rather than you communicating it to me, but that is an example of a pain tool that can be used if you're not able to communicate your pain to me, that I could use that tool. We've also got the Wong and Baker, which are the faces that work quite well for people. So there's various kind of tools out there. I don't have a kind of, here's the answer. I think there isn't a kind of an answer that works for everybody, but there are various tools out there. So it's worth just having a little Google of pain scoring tools, and seeing if there's one that you like the look of. And then again, coming back to the hospital passports, documenting that in your passport that this is what I would like to use.
I can't see any more questions in the chat. Is there anyone in the room that would like to? Oh, Yasmin has got your hand up.
Hi, thank you. I just wondered what sort of area you cover in terms of supporting staff. I work for Devon Partnership Trust, and I wasn't sure if that kind of falls under.
Yeah. No. So sadly, we're just Derriford. Okay. So staff that work within UHP would come under our radar. So sorry.
No, it's just helpful to know. Thank you.
Yeah. It might be worth looking into whether you've got an equality and diversity team. Well, you will have an equality diversity team, but getting in contact with them, because we've also got somebody at Derriford within the equality and diversity team who's kind of got an interest in neurodiversity, and she's kind of set up a neurodiversity network and stuff within the hospital. So it might be worth reaching out to them and seeing if they've got anybody.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
No worries.
Robert, got your hand up.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I was a little bit confused at the start of the presentation. You said that reasonable adjustments are covered under, I think is it the Care Act?
The Equality Act.
The Equality Act, is that 2010? Is it 2014? One of those?
Yeah, 2010,
so,
I think.
Yeah. So, given that it is covered under that act, and somebody mentioned earlier that not all hospital passports are actually taken into consideration, there seems to be a bit of confusion with me on if there's a legal requirement for reasonable adjustments put in place and the solution is hospital passports, then why aren't some hospitals reading those?
I think ultimately it comes down to lack of education, of people not knowing what a passport is and the benefits of that, both for the individual and for the team looking after them. So hopefully with training, to the Oliver McGowan training that's been mentioned a few times, which is now mandatory for all health and social care staff, hopefully that will start to raise the profile of what a hospital passport is and the benefits of them. But yeah, I completely hear what you're saying, and it is really frustrating when there is no choice. This is something we need to be doing to ensure people have access to services in an equal way, and there's resistance from people in that.
Yeah, it should be mandatory, shouldn't it? That if you've submitted a hospital passport, that the person, in a position within the hospital should be taking that into consideration at all times.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Hannah?
Sammy, it's Angela here. It might be worth just mentioning, and I'll pop it into the chat, just about the reasonable adjustment flag that's being brought out. So I'll pop a link into the chat. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert on it, but I'm aware of it. So I will pop it in the chat, and then you can have a look at that in more detail as well. But Hannah, you might know a little bit more. You kind of nodded your head there.
But yeah, no, a vague bit. Thanks for flagging that, Angela. Again, I don't know a massive amount. It's relatively kind of hot off the press, but there is a national reasonable adjustments flag that is going to be added to a kind of a central spine. So all services, whether that's your GP, whether that's a hospital service, will be able to access this kind of centralised bit of information, and it should link in with the various kind of systems that places use. That not just from an autism point of view, but for any sort of disability, that it will flag that somebody has a disability, and then it will give you the option. It's from what I've seen of it, it's quite limited as to what you can put on it. It's kind of almost tick boxes, so it's not very in depth, but you can put information on there, kind of around what your kind of basic needs are. So I would still advise that you have a more in-depth personalised document that you carry with you. But hopefully in the coming years, the central flag will kind of signify that people do need those additional adjustments when they're accessing health services.
We have a question from Heather. Sorry, Sammy.
Yes, that was what I was about to read, so you can read it.
Okay. The question is, how do reasonable adjustments, etc., work when someone hasn't had their formal diagnosis yet or is waiting for their assessment? I have found that adjustments get overlooked if someone doesn't have the formal diagnosis.
Yeah, I think sadly that is true. We strongly advocate at Derriford that a diagnosis is just something written on a bit of paper, and that people need access to reasonable adjustments whether they have got a diagnosis or not. So our service supports individuals who are have got a formal diagnosis, are awaiting a diagnosis, or self-identify as autistic. So I would still, if you feel that you're kind of on that pathway, because waiting lists are years long now, and you feel that you do need those adjustments in place, by all means, still complete a hospital passport. We've given out passports to people before who have nothing, no kind of autism diagnosis, but it's purely from an anxiety point of view, that actually they really struggle in hospital, and they've just scribbled out autism hospital passport and put anxiety hospital passport. So absolutely, still entitled to reasonable adjustments. Everyone should access reasonable adjustments if there are barriers towards you getting the service that you need.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you.
Heidi, you have your hand up.
Yeah, hello. I'm wondering, you may or may not be able to comment on this, because I don't know what the picture is nationally. I'm aware that my GP service is trying to figure out a workaround, or so they say, although I have no evidence that they've actually thought about it really, because I don't have a diagnosis. And so the section, for example, on the GP records that would go to a referral, where it just does a data scrape and says, is there any history of, say, severe mental health or autism? Everything gets just filled in as if nothing exists.
Okay.
And I've pointed this out to them. So two questions. One, does that kind of data come straight to the hospital? Is it visible at hospital level from my GP records, or is that like a separate record? And then any suggestions on how I advocate for myself as a self-identified autistic person when my GP records aren't showing it?
So in terms of us accessing GP records, it's a little bit hit and miss. Certain GPs, we do have access to people's records, certain GP surgeries we don't. So it's not a kind of reliable thing that we can access everyone's records from a hospital point of view. And I can't speak for kind of wider in the Southwest. That's only for Plymouth. There might be different systems set up elsewhere. So from that perspective, hospital staff won't necessarily be going off what your GP records are, because we don't necessarily have access to them. And with regards to kind of having a voice around reasonable adjustments in the GP, is that the other side of it?
Well, I'm kind of trying to have a kind of catch-all situation where there's something recorded in my records that helps me feel like I'm going to be seen by whoever I get referred to, whoever I get seen by within GP medical services or mental health or hospitals. I just want there to be something in my record that speaks for me, so that I don't have to start from zero again and explain the whole bloody nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's anything to lose in just being that upfront with your GP and saying that you would like just something added to kind of what you've said to me, and these are the kind of key things that you need to know about me. If you're able to email your GP, it might be worth just putting that into writing for them, and just asking that's attached to your notes.
Yeah, I'll have another go. I think it might be a case of persistence on this one, because
sadly, I think that is often the case with GPs.
Yeah, first, maybe if I try a passport form, they might and ask them to upload it onto my records or something. That might work. I don't know.
Worth a try.
Jackie, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I go to a forum, an NHS forum around individual autism in the Southwest, but I got told a couple of years ago that there was a thing called additional information on the summary care record. So the summary care record is the bit that I think you have to sign up to agree to it being shared, that there's a bit of information that can be shared with paramedics, hospitals, those sorts of things, and it's called the summary care record, and you can ask for additional information to be added. So I've added a couple of reasonable adjustments to my son's on his behalf, but I think that's what it's called. I don't know if you know, Hannah.
No, GPs is not my kind of area of expertise, but that
I think
sounds like
it's
a really sensible thing to ask for, to see whether your GP does that, Heidi.
I'm just furiously typing to Jackie. Please, can you put what you just said in the chat, because it went by too fast and I haven't got the terminology.
Yeah, I have put it in the chat actually. So additional information added to your summary care record, which is the bit that the hospitals and paramedics.
Thank you.
But they might look blankly at you, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
I have heard that myself, Jackie, so I think you are right. There is a question, are the passports visible at bedside?
Yeah, so that's the idea, is that you hold on to it and you keep it to give to people. So we shouldn't be, we kind of see it all the time where they're taken and they're put into people's hospital notes. If you do want it to kind of be put in your nursing notes, that's fine, but make sure you get a copy back, or make sure you get the original back before you leave. But yeah, keeping them at your bedside is great, and then you've got control of it.
Hi everyone, it's Angela again. I think I found some information about that, what Jackie was talking about in terms of the additional information in the summary care record. I've put a link in the chat. If I find anything else, I'll share that as well for you.
Thank you, Angela. Are there any other questions for Hannah?
Everyone's stunned into silence.
Sorry, I still can't find the button. It's not my day. Someone suggested reactions. It is not that. I can't find that. So I'll just noisily appear, if that's okay.
Absolutely fine.
Gonna say, in regards to my take, and it is my take, and I always throw this. It's not verbatim quote around the Equality Act. If it's reasonable to believe that someone has a protected characteristic, it's more important to support that need than seek diagnosis. And I've used that many a time. And if you self-identify, which I believe is perfectly a legitimate approach, that if you state that on your admission into hospital, it should be considered ideally. I know RCHT, they will support people. They will share that information with everyone. Sorry, my daughter's deciding to shout at me. But also, RCHT, if you're on the diagnostic pathway, so if you've gone to your GP and you've recorded that on your record that you wish to, you're following the diagnostic pathway, because we know the waits, I think it's 3 years for adults in Cornwall currently, you can, that will also be flagged onto the system. So, it may be a long wait, but if you can have that conversation with your GP and provide enough information that he agrees with you, then it should be flagged as well, and that should support you in hospital settings. I just wanted to add that.
That's really helpful. Thank you, David.
Thanks.
Is there any further questions or any comments? If there isn't, I will thank Hannah for coming. It's very been very informative, I'm sure. If we do think of any questions, do put them in the chat. For Jackie as well, and we'll try and get those questions answered afterwards. Thank you, Hannah, very much for coming.
No, thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you. Bye.
I think we may have made some time up. Can you put the slideshow back up for me, Angela? Yes, it's gonna be break now. So if we have a 5-minute break until 1:30, we shall then come back and do a little bit of a session about people's celebrating people's interests. So yes, if you, again, like this morning, if you want to have a bit of a a tea break or a comfort break. We will be back at past, if that's all right with everybody. Thank you very much. Right. So, hello back, everybody. I hope everybody is back. So, yeah, we changed the order of it, Angela, but it's fine. We will come back to self-advocacy, in a minute. This morning we were going to have little breakout rooms about celebrating people's joy and interests, because we know that special interests and our fixations bring autistic people particularly amount of joy, and we've had 2 very heavy sessions, and I appreciate that. And unfortunately, my computer has decided it doesn't want to share screens, so I can't share the joy PowerPoint that I had for you. So let's celebrate our own joy. Debbie has allocated us all into breakout rooms with myself and Heidi and Gabby. You've already heard from Heidi this morning, and you'll hear from Gabby later on this afternoon. Just what brings you joy and happiness, and let's celebrate some of that. We're gonna have 15 minutes, if that's all right, Debbie. So if we come back into the room at 1:50, the session is being recorded. I've just seen a comment in the chat about missing this morning. The session has been recorded. It will be on the on the Your Voice website, and also the slides and links will be sent out as well. So Debbie, are you able to send us all into our breakout rooms, please?
We'll find out. I've tried my best. Let's cross our fingers and hope it works. See you all soon.
My group, we're talking about how actually sometimes special interests can lead to jobs, and how the autistic mind likes learning, and that's you get very much absorbed in what your interest is. Heidi.
Yeah. Our group shared a variety of things, making rockets, making train tracks by, I think, like from scratch. Baking and gardening is popular. Pets are popular. And now my memory retention is failing me because I don't keep things in my head very easily. So I've now forgotten what was mine. Oh, I collect Lambda books from the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Art. They're basically anthologies of prose and poetry selections. I collect those. I also thought, just to try to get a better kind of capture of this information, we could ask people to just pop something in the chat of what is one of their passions, special interest, pieces of autistic joy. If people be willing to do that, then we can kind of capture some of that a little bit.
That would be wonderful. So yeah, absolutely. What brings you joy? What's your interest? Pop that into the chat, because you know, some people, one thing I find, you find your own tribe in life, and one of the best things is understanding, finding somebody else that has the same interest in you. It makes such a difference to your life. Gabby, where are you? Did you have anything to say back?
Yeah, my group was really good. It was music, crocheting, art. Yeah, art was a big one. Psychology, pets, and that's quite cool. We saw like a little puppy, cockapoo puppy, and it's very, very sweet. And cats came up too. And like Heidi, my memory, I can't remember everything else, but um yeah, it's a really, really nice nice time to listen to what everyone Joy brings.
Yes, pets seem to come up a lot. I know a member of my group actually was able to make being an animal behaviourist their job, because that was their and somebody who worked in medical stuff as well was now in. So I'll carry on with that. Angela, we can now go back to where we were and self-advocacy.
Okay, I'll share the screen now. Hold on one moment for me.
So, Debbie is going to talk to you about self-advocacy.
Yeah. Do you need me to keep this short, Sammy, because of where we are in the schedule, or
I
not?
I'm not sure because Michael's not here, so let's
Okay.
just run what we've got.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if you can hear my dog gnawing on a chew in the background, but it's what's keeping her quiet for now. So I introduced myself at the start, but if you weren't here, I'm Debbie. I am the Research Health and Wellbeing Manager at Inclusion Gloucestershire, and I manage the Your Voice team as part of that. And give me a second, I need to swap my screens. Oh, I can't seem to do that. Okay, so I'm going to be looking in the other direction at my second screen. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm going to be talking about self-advocacy. I imagine a lot of you have a good idea of what that is. I've worked in self-advocacy for a while and also studied and written about it. So I'm going to give a bit of an overview of how disabled people have come to speak up for themselves and to challenge things, and where autistic people have been part of that, and where we are today. So next slide, please. So what is self-advocacy? To put it simply, is speaking up for yourself. In order to speak up for yourself, you need to have a good understanding of your rights and your needs. And hopefully today we've made a bit of an inroad with that by looking at rights in social care and rights in healthcare, with the talks from the liaison nurse Hannah and Jackie from Access Social Care. And having a good understanding of those rights helps you recognise if they're not being met. And when you stand up for them, that's advocacy. What self-advocacy doesn't mean is that you're on your own and you're having to do it by yourself. We're going to hear from a couple of the groups that are part of our advocacy network later, but there are communities of advocacy groups for autistic people who will provide support, even if that's just a bit of a listening ear. There's a lot of ways that advocacy works. There's a lot of different ways people do it. There's not one way. There's not one size that fits all. So next slide, please. So the self-advocacy movement, if we look back to the 1960s, physically disabled people came together around about this time to speak up about things that were happening for them. So around this time, residential settings were created to provide care and support for physically disabled people, including those who maybe don't need an awful lot of support. Accessible housing was very rare at the time, and often the only option was to live in a residential home. However, these places were often quite institutionalized. There were restrictive and sometimes controlling practices, and disabled people just weren't listened to, and their views weren't taken into account at all. So they came together to speak up in opposition to the way that they were treated in these settings, but also about the way the society in general viewed them and treated them. And it was from these people that our understanding of the social model of disability came about. Next slide, please. So we have talked about people with a learning disability a little bit today. People with learning disability were also in the past kept separate and kept segregated from the world in institutions that were initially known as colonies and then later called long-stay hospitals when the NHS took over care. And I believe that's a picture of Stoke Park Hospital in Bristol, in that picture there. And there is some evidence as far back as the 1940s of people with a learning disability saying that they needed to stick up for themselves in these places. There wasn't, however, much opportunity for them to come together as a group and challenge things, because in these places, the care that people received and the support was often incredibly dehumanizing and incredibly cruel. So it was actually families, professionals, and academics that came together initially to speak up on people's behalf. And then around the 1980s, their advocacy movement started to take off. There were a couple of conferences in the US and the UK, and at one of those, someone came up with the term people first. And if you're familiar with any advocacy groups of people with a learning disability, a number of them are called people first. And that's where the name came from. And there were other groups of disabled people that came together. Visually impaired people, for example, came together to organize themselves and protest against their treatment. But it's not really until relatively recently that autistic people have come together as a community to speak up for their rights. Next slide, please. So it can be attributed to a few things. It's a relatively new condition, really. Autism was only recognized as early as 1943. And at that time, the focus was very much on children rather than autistic adults. And since that time, our understanding and our knowledge of autism has changed, and it's developed a lot from things such as classic Kanner's autism, Asperger's syndrome, which is being phased out, the triad of impairment, obviously that's a deficit model that Heidi was referring to earlier, and the autistic spectrum. And because our understanding has changed so much, it's not always been easy to see who fits within that category of being autistic. And therefore, people don't necessarily find their peers. They don't come together and recognize what collective barriers they face. Next slide, please. This has been touched on already, I think, by Mark at the start, about people with a learning disability and autistic people. So for want of a better term, very often people with a learning disability and autistic people have been lumped together somewhat. So people with either a learning disability or both a learning disability and an autism diagnosis very often receive support from the same services. For example, living in residential home or supported living, or attending day services. So people, autistic people without a learning disability were kind of invisible. Nobody was recognizing that people had separate different needs. And there was almost the implication that if you have a learning disability, you need support and you need advocacy. But if you have autism and not a learning disability, there's not so much need. You don't experience the same amount of discrimination or oppression. Next slide. Sorry, please. Remember my manners. So I remember Sammy, I think, referred to this or someone else earlier, that autistic people often found themselves in the gap, falling through the gap between the services that did exist learning disability services or mental health services, and not being eligible for either of those, unless perhaps they were unlucky enough for their mental health to get so bad that they needed to access a mental health service, but then probably quite often found that it wasn't accessible to them as an autistic person. So the Autism Act in 2009 meant that, well, sorry, before the Autism Act, any autistic people who didn't have any other eligible needs wouldn't get a social care assessment. And even with the Act coming in, changes have been quite slow to happen, and we know there's still a lot more that needs to be done. But good thing that happened is that it widened people's understanding of the needs of autistic people, and that there was a good reason that people needed support and advocacy. Next slide, please. So alongside this happening has been the internet. And it's hard to remember the time before the internet and what life was like then. But what the internet has done has allowed people to connect and build their own communities and their own informal networks. And in some ways achieve what I had on the first slide, which is the definition of self-advocacy. So understanding rights and needs and recognizing when they're not being met. Social media has been a place where people have built their own online communities of support, often across countries and across time zones, and finding commonalities between them. And that's been a bonus for some people who find in-person interaction stressful or difficult. But it's not necessarily been strictly just about self-advocacy. It might be that people have built their communities based on social interaction or hobbies or interests. But it's meant people have had a chance to come together a lot more than they would have done pre-internet. Next slide, please. Now, Sammy went over this earlier today, but the need for a self-advocacy movement for autistic people is based on all of these things which we've touched on. There are many myths and misunderstandings that still prevail. We know from our network that there's not adequate knowledge in the medical community about autism. People have been misdiagnosed with mental health conditions, particularly women. Long waiting lists for diagnosis and support, co-occurring conditions such as other neurodiversities, and high rate and risk of suicide and mental health conditions. There's not a very high employment rate for autistic people, and unfortunately a lower life expectancy than the general population. So there's a real need to speak up for the rights of autistic people who don't have a learning disability. Next slide, please. So different types of self-advocacy. In the Southwest, we have different types. There are lots of groups that are working hard to bring people together, to learn about their rights and to challenge when it's needed. And they take different forms and they work in different ways. There isn't one way to do self-advocacy. There's not one way to speak up. It can be something that's very political. It can be about campaigning. It can be about lobbying for changes in policies, and it can be lobbying about changes on a smaller scale locally. But it also, next slide, please. It can also be about building up your understanding of yourself, building your self-belief and your self-confidence, and feeling empowered in your own life, and then being clear about what needs to be better. So if you're part of a self-advocacy group, you've got the backup of people who know what it's like for you. And someone within the Your Voice network made this comment, which I thought was really beautifully put, about how being part of the community has helped them. And they said, being part of the wider autistic community has given me a better relationship with myself. Learning that I'm autistic puts me at a disadvantage with the wider world, but I love myself more knowing that there's a reason I struggle to navigate life. Which I think is a really lovely comment. Next slide, please. But it's worth noting that it's not always called self-advocacy. If you're in the position of wanting to look for a group, a community to be part of, not all groups or organisations call what they do self-advocacy. It doesn't mean that they don't do it, that they just may call it something different. And if what they're doing is bringing people together, creating a safe space and a supportive community, if it's about increasing people's individual power and collective power, then the chances are what they're doing is self-advocacy. They might just call it something different, and that's absolutely fine. So the more opportunity there is for each autistic individual to feel empowered and to feel supported, the more effective they can be as an individual and as a community to bring about changes. But that's not to say that anyone is obliged to be part of self-advocacy. It's absolutely not necessary. Where are we with time? Sammy, are we okay?
We're 4:10, so we're all right. 2:10. 4:10. 2.
I'm happy to take a few questions, but after that we could move on to hear from one of the organisations in our network, which is Autistic, and Gabby will explain what they do, supporting autistic women and girls.
Has anybody got any questions for Debbie, or shall we move on to Gabby? I don't think there was any questions in the chat. Let me just check.
You're welcome, Emma.
I can't see any.
I just seen a comment from Hannah saying that professionals have said to me, you can't be autistic if you can advocate for yourself, including an assessor who said I was too eloquent in speech to be autistic. I don't.
We've heard
I almost
that.
don't have anything to say to that, but roll my
No,
eyes.
sorry, I haven't actually spoken or turned on my camera, but I will. Yeah, time and time again, I have come up against that where and especially in looking at things like reasonable adjustments when I've been speaking to GPs and hospitals and been told, well, you can't need reasonable adjustments because you can talk for yourself, which I find, yeah. So I put professionals in little inverted commas for a reason.
And
yeah,
we've heard that in the group as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there is again, it's that stereotypical view of autism. Heidi.
I just wanted to know if you had any comments to add to that moment when you are in the room with someone who has some kind of power over what happens to you, for you, with you, about you, and you have to try to advocate for yourself, and you don't necessarily have somebody else next to you reminding you or prompting you of what to say and how to go about it. Like it's that moment where it feels like the majority of the population kind of have learned how to do this somewhere along the line. Whether they have or not, everybody's on some kind of journey with that whole equation, but there's that moment when we have to actually speak up and advocate for ourselves in the GP waiting room or in the GP consultation or in a whole variety of other circumstances. What to do? Like I don't even know what a question to ask there because it feels like it's so layered, but yeah, that's the question I'm asking.
Yeah, and I relate to that. I'm not an autistic person, but I have other disabilities, and I can completely relate to that situation. And I think that's part of why self-advocacy, you know, and being part of a group and being part of a community is important, because you can prepare yourself. You can say, I've got this issue. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. And someone can come along and say, well, I've had this situation and I did this. Or you can at least just think about preparing for situations before they arise. It's never easy. There's not an easy solution, but I do relate to where you're coming from.
I think also self-advocacy skills are learned. I think practicing them in the groups, Heidi, as you do, as many of our group does, gives you the strength to do it for yourself. The number of times one of you has said something and we've all gone, oh yeah, and discussed our own solutions for that, I hope has empowered other people in the group at times. And that's that supportive community as well. Robert.
Yeah.
Hi, yeah, I was just going to say, if you Google neurodivergence, all the information that you get back that somebody like, you know, a sort of a friend or a relative or a potential friend or partner or anything like that, if they were to read Google's definition on bullet points of neurodivergence, they'd make an assumption that everybody with autism had a learning disability. And I think that's a huge problem.
It is, absolutely. And people do make that assumption, which is why we've had today, why we want to make a community that challenges that that assumption.
And that relates to what Hannah was saying. It's sort of an infantilization of people without knowing much about them. And we can, you know, collectively have some control about the messages that are put out there about autism and autistic people by putting those messages out through our channels on our website and our social media, and challenging the things that you find when you Google, which just aren't accurate.
Shall we move on to Gabby then? I think, Angela, you have Gabby's presentation. If we move on to...
I do, I'll share it now.
So I shall hand over to Gabby, who is the chair of Autism.
Hi, thank you so much. Just a side note, if you see me looking in a different direction, slightly to the side, it's just because I've got my phone with my notes on, so I'm just gonna, hopefully it'll be okay. Firstly, hello to you all, and firstly, thank you to Your Voice Network for putting this conference on and letting myself present about Autism. My name is Gabby, and I'm the chair of Autism. I do need to put the trigger warning at this point, because it does contain mental health is mentioned in this presentation. Next slide, please. The story. To begin with, I will give you a little bit about our backstory as to how Autism started. It began in 2019 after Sophie McInnes highlighted the story on various social media channels. In brief, she went through a long period of life-threatening mental health difficulties and was subject to a stream of misdiagnosis before being correctly diagnosed as autistic in the late 20s. You can read a little bit about her story and the rest of us on our website. Sophie's story resonated with lots of us for various reasons. We all have a connection to supporting autistic individuals, and we came together to create charity. As Sophie's story demonstrates, autistic traits in women and girls are systematically overlooked. There is a historical bias in assessment procedures towards a male presentation, sometimes now referred to as an external presentation, and as autistic women often do not present in this way. This leads to misdiagnosis, and consequently an increase in mental health challenges, and as a result trying to cope in a world that is not geared to meet their needs. We are based in Bristol, but we do frequently reach further afield over the UK and even America through our online support group and other parts of the UK. We've also only just yesterday spoke at a conference for counsellors and professionals working with young people in Maidenhead. We also have contact with the NHS and other professionals from around the UK. Autism's aim is to support autistic women and girls and to aid the identification of autistic girls and women so then they may get the support they need sooner rather than later. Autism raises awareness of how autism presents on women and girls, and as a charity, we are raising awareness of difficulties present in the current diagnosis and assessment process and difficulties that are present. Next slide, please. So what is Autism? We are an entirely volunteer-run organisation. We're not professionals, but the team all have lived experience of autism, either has an autistic diagnosis, has an autistic daughter, or has worked with autistic individuals. It is important that there's an autistic voice on the trustee board. The chair, Gabby, which is myself, is an autistic woman and who have had a late diagnosis of autism. We are a very much user-led organisation, which means that we respond to the needs that our users tell us about. We provide support to women, girls and their families in the middle of the diagnosis, newly diagnosed, who've just started the diagnosis process, in the middle of the diagnosis, newly diagnosed, have had a diagnosis for a time and self-identify as autistic. We also provide support for those women and girls who have not been given a diagnosis by professionals but still identify as autistic. Next slide, please. What does Autism do? We hold monthly online support groups for over 18s. We did previously hold online support groups for under 18s and parent and carers. We are qualified mental health first aiders accredited by Mental Health England. We have run social skills workshops for pre-teens and teens in conjunction with the Social Skills Agency, which is based in Bristol. We run activity-based social groups for young girls and women, cookery, sewing and dancing. We also provide bespoke training to schools on how to identify and support autistic girls. We provide training for employers and the DWP about the needs of autistic women and what reasonable adjustments could be made. We speak at conferences for professionals involved in the diagnosis of autism, SALT, educational psychologists, paediatricians and GPs. We have spoken to local councillors and spoken at a local council meeting based in Bristol. We also speak at conferences for councillors and professionals who work with young people. We signpost users to other agencies and charities who may be able to offer further support and advice. We also work collaboratively with the local NHS BAS Autism organisation in Bristol. We are members of self-advocacy groups such as Your Voice Network and forums which aims to raise awareness of autistic voice. Through this work, we hope to contribute towards developing an inclusive society that values, respects and includes people with disabilities. As a charity, we feed back to the NHS and other health organisations about the needs of our users and the barriers being faced by our users and what can be done to bring those barriers down. We work collaboratively with other organisations and charities. We also work with Bristol Autism Support and Neon Daisy, which are based in Bristol. We also run a cookery course with Diverse, which is an awesome charity based in Bristol and the surrounding areas, and they specifically run social groups and social activities. We ran online mindfulness sessions and were partners in running an activity day last Sunday for neurodiverse girls, women and non-binary individuals with Access Sport and Ignite Bristol. Next slide, please. Diagnosis. Various studies suggest that the ratio of autistic males to females range from 2.1 to 16.1. The most up-to-date estimate is 3.1, and there are some professionals who have little awareness of how autism presents in women and girls, and this can make it very difficult to get a diagnosis. Frequently, for many reasons, girls are diagnosed later, missed, or misdiagnosed, and this can cause long-term mental health problems. Next slide, please. This means women and girls may be misdiagnosed with mental health issues, or their autistic traits may be missed amid the symptoms of co-occurring conditions. They can be diagnosed with mental health conditions such as personality disorder before a diagnosis of autism is finally given, if given at all. And then mental health, recent research, I think, next slide, please. Sorry. Thank you. Recent research shows that 32% of autistic women are hospitalized for a psychiatric condition by age 25, a fraction 6 times higher than for women without autism and nearly twice of autistic men. And this is from Spectrum News, which you can see on the slide. Next slide, please. So I just saw a comment saying your organisation sounds amazing. That's really good, thank you. Okay. Barriers and difficulties that autistic women and girls face. Mental health. As you may already be aware, autistic women and girls may face challenges in social integration, as they may perceive and interact with the world differently from their peers. This can lead to feelings of isolation, loneliness, depression, and anxiety. Additionally, in an attempt to fit in, autistic young people may suppress their behaviours, leading to further harm to their mental health. This is known to happen particularly with girls, which often results in delayed diagnosis until their emotions become overwhelming in their teenage years. Discrimination and bullying. Regrettably, autistic women and girls often face stigma and discrimination, leading to incidents of bullying and exclusion. As anyone else who has also experienced this will know, this can have serious consequences for their mental health, especially during childhood, and can result in long-lasting trauma as immature. Lack of appropriate support. Autistic women and girls may not receive the necessary support due to lack of suitable options. For example, the group therapy may not be appropriate, and therapists may not have experience to work with an autistic person, leading to further research to find a suitable provider. And then, next slide, please. Thank you. Many autistic individuals find it difficult to manage and express emotions, and I know this was mentioned previously what Heidi was talking about. This emotional dysregulation can lead to depression, anxiety, aggression, self-injury, and social difficulties. There has been a case study that shows higher rates of emotional dysregulation within an autistic population. You can see, I put on the screen, autistic women, alexithymia, and poor psychological health. Next slide, please. Masking. One of the reasons individuals may struggle more with their emotional regulation is that there can be a tendency to mask. Masking is an adaptive behaviour used to navigate social situations. It can include changing external behaviours depending on the social situation. These learned adaptive behaviours come from observing and analysing social cues and mimicking how others move, talk, and interact. Most importantly, the masking is used to hide one's autistic traits, which stops one from being their authentic self. Next slide, please. Brilliant. Sorry, I've seen the points that comes with masking. Yeah, just suppressing self-similarly and adaptive behaviour. Change external behaviours, observe and analyse social cues, mimic how people move, talk, interact, mask autistic traits, exhaustion and affects physical and mental health. And that's from Neurodivergent Insights, what is masking in autism. And next slide, please. Okay, this is hopefully it'll work. It's a really good video of Christine McGuinness just on masking. If you can play that, please. Thank you.
I'm just going to stop sharing it here because I found it worked better if I just did it via the internet. I need to share my sound, so give me 1 second. Nearly there. Sound. Hoping everybody can see that now. Can you see that?
Coming, yeah.
Great. Okay.
Think autism as the first thought, and we still hear women who go to their GP and are told, oh, you can't be autistic because you're married or because you're making eye contact or something. So the myths are still out there.
I suppose I have had the odd person question, well, how are you able to go to events and awards if you're autistic? How can you do that? But yeah, I suppose a mask. Is that something you've come across?
Masking, yes. So we think about masking and camouflaging as all the different strategies, conscious and unconscious, that autistic people develop and use to try and look as neurotypical as possible.
Practicing conversations is something I've always done, and it's something that I didn't realise everyone didn't do.
Yes. It's invisible, the amount of work you're doing. It is the swan analogy, the flippers under the water.
Yeah, it is.
One of the problems is
Thank you so much.
Okay, right, I'll go back to the presentation.
Brilliant, thank you. Yeah, and that I thought that's a really, really good clip, that Christine McGuinness, because I think it's kind of relates to so many autistic women and men too, and like autistic individuals. Lastly, thank you. Thank you so much for attending this presentation. Please feel free to contact us via our social media and email. You can see below is our email address, our website, and also our Facebook page. And lastly, I just need to say our email is always open, so please feel free to email us if you need any help or any support, or if you have any questions, or thank you so much.
Thank you, Gary. Have we got any questions? Have we?
Can I ask a question? Sorry, I don't know how to raise my hand either.
Yeah, that's fine.
I recently attended a meeting at work. I work for my local authority, and I attended a meeting about Autism Education Trust, and I'd raised about providing training that focused on complex presentations, especially for women and girls, and somebody had said that we shouldn't focus on genders and that we should just focus on complex presentations, because obviously there will be boys as well that have complex presentations. My son is one of them that wasn't necessarily obvious. And I just wondered if you had any advice of how to address or answer that, because it's something I was quite passionate about sharing about, but obviously I don't want to offend anybody either.
No, thank you. No offense taken. I think it's a really important point, because I think it's a difficult one to answer, because I think with please bear with me, because sometimes I don't know the right words and how to express, but I think when it comes to autistic girls and women, I think they present very differently, but it's not trying to create that, oh, it's autistic men and autistic women and girls. It's kind of putting a barrier, and then kind of putting that barrier across, kind of everyone's like all together, if that makes sense. And yeah, so I don't know if that's answered your question or anything. And if you need me to like answer any more, I can always email you. I can always like talk to like the rest of the trustees, and we can I can always email you or something.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Heidi.
I feel I cannot move it. Okay, never mind. My computer was telling me extra stuff I didn't need to know. I feel like I want to stick to that point that Amy raised, because I feel like that's almost like it's true, but it's also true that female presentation needs to be more visible and taken seriously. So it feels to me like that's almost trying to make a distinction about, well, which approach shall we use, as if that's the most important thing. And that it has to be either this way or that way. Like it just doesn't need to, we just don't need to have that kind of difference. I think the important thing is that those kinds of differences are taken into account, and there is not enough visibility within I mean, let's just think about it. There is not enough visibility in diagnostic services to understand women and girls and how their autism presents itself. Full stop. There just isn't. So the visibility has got to improve. Now, if the visibility was good and women and girls were getting appropriate and fair assessments and diagnoses were appropriate, then maybe that's the time to start looking at how we look at the complex presentations and not even think about the gender side of things. Obviously, I'm getting a little bit on my soapbox here, but my opinion is that by stating that, it's almost going around the issue and pretending that it doesn't exist. But it does exist, and it needs to be addressed.
Thank you so much, Heidi. That's exactly what you've put, what I was thinking, but I just couldn't get that out of my words. So thank you so much.
I was thinking the same thing, that they're trying to equalize it and diminish the specific problem that that women are underdiagnosed. Yes, it'd be great if we could concentrate on complex presentations regardless of gender, but at the moment women with complex presentations are being completely ignored. So yeah.
No, I
Mark,
totally agree with you, Sunny.
Mark.
Yes, I will come in wearing my hat as a pride trustee here, and as a genderqueer person. Yeah, I think there's a big possibility here of being careful not to create a new gap, or for more people to be falling into, because what we do know about autistic people is there are a lot more gender non-conforming people. There are a lot more trans people amongst the autistic population, or there may be a lot more out trans people and out gender non-conforming people. And one problem that we may get in, that may be happening, is that possibly there are a lot of possibly even not even autistic cis men without stereotypical presentation. They may be more so invisible we don't even know they exist, and that's often the problem with invisible people. They can be so invisible people do not know they exist. So there is a potential problem here that we need to possibly need to make sure we don't create.
So Mark, going on to the gender non-binary and non-gender non-conforming and the LGBTQ community and autism, you're absolutely right. I know you know that. We haven't done anything focusing on that in this conference, because Your Voice are going to be doing a lot of work on that in this coming next year. So maybe in a year's time, it will be something that you and I and a few other people present on. I don't know. Any other questions for Gabby or Debbie?
Emma, were you trying to put your hand up?
Say something. I realize this is like really complicated on the gender issue, and I'm no expert on it all, but I just wanted to say thank you, Gabby, and wanting to support your organisation's remit for existing, because I'm not saying that there shouldn't be voices for other people in the community, but I don't mind disclosing I am autistic. I'm older, was born in the 70s. I was under supervision of a learning disability team for a year who managed not diagnose me because I was a girl. And it isn't until I've got much later in life with significant problems, that it actually got picked up. And one of the reasons that no support was given or a diagnosis was because I was female. And there is still a lot of this. And I think our special interests and things are often things that might fall within more neurotypical standards and things sometimes. And so even when we have special interests, it doesn't always get picked up as being one, or other things that are just not noticed. And it can be viewed as part of the wider complex needs issue, which I completely support. But I just wanted to say thank you, Gabby, and I believe your organisation should exist. And thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you so much, Emma. That means so much to hear that. And yeah, really, really appreciate that. And also thank you for the comments and chat. I haven't had time I just had a few glances, and I will have a proper read of them in a bit. But that's a good point also that Michael put. But I think also, Sammy, what you said about the completely diagnosis being missed for women and the complex mental health difficulties that kind of have in a late diagnosis, I think that's really important. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? I don't know whether the next presentation is actually here. So Michael Everett, if you are here, make yourself known.
I don't believe he is here.
No, I don't either. No. Therefore, we may finish slightly early. So, shall we go on to the presentation again, Angela? Because I think.
Yeah, I'll pick it up, Sammy. I think we're just going to do some summing up now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Right. Did you want me to go straight to that? Because that's with the Menti. I can share that.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that. Hold on.
So Angela is going to put into the chat, I think, a link to Menti, which is something that we're using for feedback. So yes, if you can share the information we need, Angela, that would be great. Thank you.
So in the chat, I've just put in, so I'll put my camera on. I've just realized my camera is off. Hi, everyone. So in the chat, if you go to menti.com, so you can either use your phone, some people may have done this already before, or you can just open up a browser on your computer if that's what you're using. And then when it asks you to put the code in, you put in the code 83644319. Oh, thank you, Heidi, for putting in the clickable link. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the screen now. And what will happen is when you all start to contribute, you'll start to see everybody's contributions come up on the screen, hopefully, with the IT magic that exists. So give me 1 second. Right. So can everybody see that?
Yes.
So Sammy, do you want to ask the first question and then people can
Yes, so the first question is, so what are your 3 takeaways for today? These can be one word. What do you when you think of today, just what do you think of when you just because I want to get an impression of what was important of today. Yeah. So the words are starting to come in. That's brilliant. Thank you. So empowerment, shared experiences, bringing out the autistic positives.
We've got informative there, connecting, helpful. Sense of community is nice one, isn't it? Stronger together. That's so true, isn't it?
And that sort of self-advocacy motto is we're stronger together. We're the voice is louder when you are together, and the more people saying it, the better it is, and the more chance of getting it heard. Sorry, I'm trying to go to mentoring myself, so
let you do that then, Sammy. Yeah, so it's all really positive there, isn't it? Which is great. Warmth, that's lovely, because obviously we're doing this online, you know, and we kind of, I know we're all used to doing that now, but it's lovely that we can feel that even when we're online rather than being in person. So that's lovely. Everyone is different. That's so true. Okay. Sammy, did you want to add in your bits? Have you done that already?
I've just, yeah, is there another slide, Angela?
There is, yes, I'll move that on now. So we're going to the next slide now. When I move on to the next slide, hopefully that should come up on your screens as well. The next question there, I'll let you ask that.
Yeah, so
Sammy.
do you think there are any gaps in self-advocacy or support groups for autistic adults, particularly in the Southwest? If you want to put in an area, that will be great. But what are the gaps? Because we're obviously always trying to build the network, we're trying to look for the network. Also, if you think there is a group that we haven't got represented here, put in that, because we can contact them. So yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so we started to get some in there. So North Somerset, always forgotten as a county, ideally in person. The LGBTQI groups. Gap in with the younger voice. We're doing quite a lot of work for it, but we haven't got it quite right yet. Not enough information about what actually is available in Somerset. Older females, 40 plus. There's another one talking about Somerset, not much in Somerset, especially on the advocacy front. Raising awareness, signposting would be helpful. Gap for specific support autistics who have got a learning disability. Yeah. Sean, you've raised your hand. Do you want to come in?
If that's okay.
Yeah.
Mine was just, I see there's a couple of comments about the Somerset on the advocacy front. My role is about self-advocacy in Somerset, so I would like to help anybody for the Somerset and link up with Inclusion Gloucestershire. I think you might have heard of some of our work in the region for CHIPSA, so the new regional self-advocacy group that we're running for NHS England, but my main job is Somerset. So if anybody needs any information about Somerset, if I don't know it, I can help find. I'd like to link up with any professionals or young people for that. So
could you we'll give out an email address at the end, but if you want to drop your email into the chat, that would be wonderful, because we do have an absence of people in Somerset, so that would be great.
happy to link up on that as well with you, Sammy.
Yeah.
Wait and see what we can do.
That's brilliant. What else have we got there? Autistic mothers, lack of support for over 24, seeking work. Somebody says they're in South Gloucester and appears that they're not in a network and has large rural areas, one of the 10 lowest funded for education. There are hardly any autism specialist spaces.
Yeah. South Gloucestershire are part of the area we cover. If you want to join us, again, there'll be an email out given at the end. I send out the forum link every month, as Heidi and Gabby and Mark will tell you. And we'll you're welcome to join us, as there's anybody in Somerset or anywhere. Yeah.
Okay, so I think, is that everybody? It looks like we've, so autistic homeowners, autistic and ADHD. So I know that my son falls under that. He's both autistic and has ADHD. So I would agree with that. Okay. Sammy, I'll hand back to you. I think everybody looks like...
Is that to everybody? So if you go to the next slide, please, Angela, that would be...
Sure, let me stop sharing that, and then I'll share the... Okay, there you go.
So, just a massive thank you to Gabby and Jackie, and unfortunately Hannah isn't here now. We were going to have somebody from Dimensions for Autism, who are based down in Devon, and they have a group down there. They are very active members of Your Voice. Unfortunately, they don't seem to be here. But those are just some website, their websites, DimentiaForAutism.life. Girls Have Autism Too, which I think is a fantastic username. IPL, whatever, I've forgotten the words. And Access Social Care and Derriford Nurses. Fortunately, Derriford don't cover the whole the region. The others, Access Social Care do, as Gabby says, Autism does as well. Next slide, please.
Mark has his hand up.
Oh, sorry, Mark.
Wondering if he was going to say, actually, I'm from Dimension.
Oh, Mark, you are, aren't you? Sorry.
Their hand up. Correction. Yeah.
Sorry,
from
yes.
Dimension for Autism. If you like, I can give a brief summary of what's done.
Yes, Mark.
Dimension for Autism. Okay,
yes, if you could.
I'll give you a brief summary. Okay, of what we do. We have both in person and online groups over both Devon and Torbay. Nothing in Plymouth. Plymouth always seem to want to do their own thing at the moment. So we have an in-person meeting based in Torbay, which is once a month. We have an in-person meeting based in Newton Abbot, which is also once a month. We have an in-person meeting in Exeter. That's also basically once a month. We have an in-person meeting in Barnstable, which is North Devon. That's also once a month. We have an online afternoon meeting either once or twice a month. We also have an online evening meeting for which is also generally once a month. Once a month we have what we call a social outing, where basically people go to somewhere specific, which is suggested by our members. We have an in-person autistic women's group, which happens in Exeter. That group accepts anyone cis or trans who considers themselves to be a woman. We also have an online young persons group, and we also have an on stupid person. I've forgotten one I actually run, which is the LGBTQ one, which we're running online again monthly. In the past, pre-pandemic, we ran that in person, though we've been trying for the last couple of years to sort out getting us back to a position when we can run that in person again. Unfortunately, the place we had to run it in person is not very good accessibility wise, and actually some of the people who would like to attend that group have at least 2 of them have fibromyalgia and mobility issues, which is actually something I forgot to put up with in the case of the possible lack of support and advocacy. Is autistic people who have physical disabilities, who may also be members of other minorities, be they ethnic, be they LGBTQ. That's some of the situations which can happen. I know one person was saying that they knew somebody who had issues because they were lesbian and a wheelchair user, and they sort of felt they didn't really fit into wheelchair users because all of the rest of them were heterosexual, and then didn't fit very well into the lesbian group because none of the rest of them understood wheelchair users. So that's one of these intersectional problems. I'll shut up now before I consume too much time.
Mark, thank you. I'm really sorry I forgot you were from Dimensions and you could have done a bit of that talk. Thank you very much for filling in some of those gaps. You're great. If we go back to the slides, again, the address is there if you want to find out about Dimensions. I'm sure Michael or Trish or Mark himself may be willing to answer them. There is our information and our website at the bottom down there, yourvoicenetwork.org, or we're on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. I refuse to call it X. If you don't follow us, please do. I'm sure Dimensions and Automies and Derriford's Twitters and tweet and social medias are on their websites. I believe if you go back on our social media, there may be links to them as well. Once again, thank you very much for coming. I hope today has been informative and useful. Massive thank you to Angela, to Debbie, to Heidi, to Mark and Gabby and Hannah and Jackie. And thank you very much. We are finishing right on time.
Well
So
done.
thank you very much.
Thank you to everyone for respecting the kindness and community comment at the start. It has felt like a kind and a community building day. So lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
And we hope to see you all again.
Oh, Robert, I've just seen your hand.
Yeah, I jumped on onto the link that was sent to my colleague. So I'm just wondering if I put my email into the chat, can you forward
Yes,
anything?
of course.
Is
Yeah,
that
that would
okay?
be good. Yeah, I'll add you then to the list I've got.
Yeah, I should have got an invite, but I don't think,
don't worry about it.
I don't think I chased it up in time, and you know what it's like, you know.
Yeah, no, that's fine, no problem. Yeah, just add it in the chat.
Brilliant, thank you. It's been a great session. I've really enjoyed it.
Oh, good.
As I said, the video and the slides will be available on the Your Voice Network website at some pretty soon. We'll let you all know about that.